improved. The defense is strong. But is that enough for the Dolphins, winless against the Bills last year, to get a W? Tua and the rest of the team want to show they can win the big one. Will they? We're going to find out shortly.
That's going to be what's written out there until we do something about that. That's going to be the narrative, that we can't beat the Bills until we do beat them, and we beat them consistently. Like, none of that's going to change, and we have an opportunity to do that this year.
Now we get ready for it. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana with Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And good afternoon, everybody. Another edition here of Game Day Uncensored. Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana, and this is what we like to call, Solana, a biggin.
Yeah, Tobin. Are you nervous?
I've gotten less nervous as the day has gone on. I feel like I was more nervous as the week was earlier. Then I think I'm like at an inappropriate level of confidence. But I don't like the situation because it does feel very much like a game that has it does feel like a game that's very much like all the stakes are on the Dolphins side and the Bills are kind of just coming in here willy-nilly easy.
Yeah, it seems like this is as good of a chance the Dolphins are going to have. I mean, Tobin, consider what Miami's facing right now. It's a team that has owned them. Omar Kelly, who's going to join us later, he is famous for noting that Josh Allen is daddy. That's what he calls him. He calls him daddy. And yeah, he is, because they've beaten you 11 of the last 12. They've beaten you 4 straight. They kept you from winning the division last year. Like, everything that you put together last year, putting yourself in a trajectory to finally get over that hump, they took it from you again in your home, and they put you in a desperate situation to go into Kansas City in the worst conditions to beat the eventual 2-time defending champs. You can get some revenge today, and you can perhaps change the direction of how this division is going to turn out. Hopefully not just this year, but for the next couple years.
Yeah, and that's why it's like absolutely, I've been saying this since the schedule came out. I said it's a week 2 statement game. Like, right off the bat, you're going to at least let people know, hey, is this a different Dolphins team? Is this going to be a different type of season? Because they're going to have other obstacles to overcome. They're going to have the weather questions. They're going to have more play. Because I don't even know if the Bills are good. That's the thing. I don't even know if they're good. I think they're good because they got Josh Allen, and that usually means you're going to be pretty good. But I don't even know if they're going to be like a true contender with all the changes they have. But it doesn't matter. They have been a Goliath that the Dolphins simply cannot slay. Simply him. He's a Clydesdale. They can't bring him down. And, the only times they've beaten him are by a drop touchdown pass and by the team literally melting down and having Ken Dorsey freak out in a coaching box. So, this is important. It is important right off the bat because this is a Dolphins team that kind of everybody sniffed around last year. They're fun, but they got some fraud to them. They got a little fraud odor to them. And if you want to put some nice perfume on that to start this year, you need to get this win. And the reason it makes me uncomfortable is because for the Bills, it really doesn't matter. It is one of these things where they are going at this and they have like no pressure at all. It's a road game. It's a short week. There's nothing for them to really gain because if they beat the Dolphins, been there, done that. I don't even think it adds to the confidence of their season. And that's a scary place to be in a place where you have a lot more on the line than your opponent does.
Tobin, it doesn't matter for the Bills because just look back to when Josh Allen took over this offense. and then really made that leap into top quarterback, elite quarterback, whatever the hell you want to describe him as. 10 wins, 13 wins, 11 wins, 13 wins last year, despite not having the prototypical great year that everybody expected from Buffalo. They still had 11 wins, and they still beat the Dolphins. They still won the division. Playoff years now, 5 consecutive years, 6 of the last 7 years they've been in the postseason. That, like, even though they don't have the banner, and you and I can point to that as much as we want to discredit Josh Allen, to discredit the type of love and the type of fascination the national narrative surrounds, or that does surround Josh Allen. The reality is, you would, if you're a Dolphins fan, kill to have that type of long-term success. You just would. You would love to be put in a situation where you could have double-digit wins 5 straight years, and you're in at least giving yourself the opportunity to get to where the Dolphins haven't been to in at least 24 years. So, yeah, I mean, this is a hurdle they have to get over. And like I told you right at the beginning of the show, I can't imagine a better scenario than to do it on short rest, week 2, at your house. I think this is a perfect opportunity for Miami to be able to finally dethrone the Buffalo Bills again in a regular season game.
No, for sure. I mean, you're going into this and you're going to get the you're going to have everybody pumped up. It is in your building, and that's all, that's all very, very important. But this is one of those things where they have talked so much about how much they want to get rid of the ghosts of last year and everything they went over, but a lot of that talk was there the year before too. This is one of those things where, you know what? They talked last week with their win, how it was different because they were able to overcome some adversity, a bad start. We all heard about the Tua halftime speech. And in the end, they were able to have a game-winning drive, a comeback drive, and even did it with needing some, manly, short yardage plays. So, all right, good. First test, check. But that was kind of like a pop quiz. This one feels almost like a midterm, and it's only week 2. I know that sounds like a ridiculous thing for me to say, but I don't know when the next time the Dolphins step on the field, they could really prove it. Probably when they go to Buffalo, which I think is sometime in October. But like, this at least gives you a little bit of grace.
This is, and I know we were going to get to this later on when we talk about exercising demons. I know Tua had some comments where he said, last year's last year, brother. And when he says brother, he's being honest, right? We know that. But just look at the Dolphins' schedule right now. We know at the end of the season, it's a gauntlet. But right now, okay, you get Jacksonville, like you said, pop quiz. You were able to get out of there. And however you won, right? That's the most important part.
Yeah, absolutely.
You get Buffalo tonight. They're at Seattle, hosting Tennessee. Well, Will Levis is just handing games away. Yep. At New England, they get their bye week. At Indianapolis versus Arizona. And then they get Buffalo on the road November 3rd. So that means, Tobin, what's the one thing, as you said, everybody holds against the Miami Dolphins? They don't beat playoff teams. They don't beat elite NFL teams. We want to exercise those demons. We want to change the narrative. The Dolphins don't want to be looked upon as a soft team that can only beat bad teams. And if you don't win this game tonight, you're in a situation where at least until November 3rd, no matter what you do, even if you go 6-0 or 5-0 in those next 5 games, nobody's going to care because they're going to feel the exact same way about you until you can knock off this caliber of team. And Tobin, I don't know about you, but I don't want to go the next 6 weeks, a bye week included, kind of having to be like, well, this win is great, but it's expected. Well, this win is great, but it's expected. Let's see what they do again against Buffalo. Let's see what they do at Green Bay. Let's see what they do at Houston. Like, I don't want to do that. I want to come away from tonight at midnight saying, this is the team that we all expected them to be, a team that can compete with the top talent in the NFL.
No, listen, I agree on all points, man. I think that the thing that makes them different from everybody else is that, it's a divisional matchup. And so when you take on a division rival, you have to face them twice every single year. This is not like some, and I think for the Bills, like if you were to ask them, their matchup is probably the Chiefs every single year. Like if they took on the Chiefs, then or the Ravens, like those are kind of theirs because they'll see them down the road in the playoffs. Like they don't have the same juice to this. This is almost like when Aaron Rodgers would like yell at the Bears fans and say, I own you. Like, yeah, Josh Allen could literally say that. He's got a porpoise and a baby Bjorn. Like that's how he's waltzing around, and he should. And so like the time is now, man. Like if you every time the Dolphins say these things, like I hear from Tua and I hear from Mike McDaniel, hey, if you want the narrative to change the narrative. Yeah, it's about time. Like, okay, it's about time to go out there and change the narrative, make this story feel a little bit different. And, because we're going to hear that same thing. Like, that's going to be the talk up until they get another crack at them. But you get a crack at it right tonight. Yeah, it's not ideal. You don't have your starting running back. You have to do this on short rest. Two of your best defenders are coming off of injuries, and they got to turn around real quickly. All that's, you've been in the middle of a national controversy all week with your star player and police relations. But if you're able to get this win tonight, yeah, I do think that's going to show a lot of mental fortitude from them, and going to show that they've taken a step, and it's all there for them tonight, Solana. So let's hope they don't screw the pooch.
And on the flip side, you look at Buffalo, right? And what are they saying? Hey, we lost Stephon Diggs, who had 2 touchdowns with Houston. You lost your center in Mitch Morse. You have a for the most part a new look defense, right? They
Nobody's
lost so many
Mitch
of their
Morse.
guys.
Why did you throw him in there?
You
couldn't pick out Mitch Morse if he walked in there and he snapped the ball right to you. You have no idea what he looks like.
No, I saw him last week, Tobin. I saw him last week. I don't know what you're talking about. We talked about him on Gameday Uncensored last week. But you've lost so many game changers that had defined this team for a long time outside of Josh Allen, obviously. They're saying if they win this game, we haven't even really established ourselves yet with this new roster, and we still were able on short rest in what might be not the best playing conditions today because of all the rain in Miami Gardens. We were still able to beat the Dolphins. So that's why I think today is such a perfect opportunity, because Tobin, you get this team before they've really gotten into a groove, before they've really been able to like find their true identity on either side of the football. You won't get that in week 7 or week 8 when you're in Buffalo.
Yeah, it almost feels like they had, like, I bet you when they got back to Buffalo after that regular season finale, it must have felt like they got away with a crime, like taking the division last year. Like, they must have thought, like, I can't believe we got away with this. I can't believe, like, whoever got out on crypto early, like before the big crash and everybody realized it was a bunch of hocus pocus, those people must have been laughing their asses. I was like, I can't believe we got away with this. People believing in fake money, and now I have real money. That's how the Buffalo Bills had to feel last year. They were like, oh, we were in debt. We were going to not make the playoffs, and somehow we took the division. And again, the Dolphins pooped themselves. So that's got to change today. It has to change today. But before that, we'll take a little look back at what the Dolphins did last week. Lots to get to here on Gameday Uncensored. We will talk to Adam Beasley. He will join us, hopefully with less chaos than we had last time surrounding the Adam Beasley segment. Omar Kelly will join us as well. Gameday Uncensored, taking you up until a week 2 Thursday night football kickoff, is next.
Gameday, Dolphins, Bills, and Tua.
Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Ed Morse has your back. Ed Morse Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click edmoresawgrasscadillac.com. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here. 560 WQAM. Tobin here with you alongside Alejandro Solana, being produced by Dan Day, who you will be able to hear tonight on Game Day Uncensored post-game edition. What time do you come on tonight, Dan? When can people listen to you? When does our coverage begin?
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. A late night there for Day. He's there all day and night, man. That's why that's nobody puts in more hours than Dan Day in that building. So go and check him out tonight for your post-game coverage as we have Dolphins and Bills tonight. But Salon, let's take a little bit of a look back at the last week's performance where the Dolphins were able to come out victorious over the Jacksonville Jaguars. How confident were you when Jason Sanders lined up for the game winner?
Not very confident.
Really?
I'll be honest. I'm not the most I'm not the biggest Jason Sanders fan. I think you know that, Tobin. But yeah, it's just a couple years of a little bit of trauma with Jason Sanders. No, in all reality, I think after he missed the first one that he missed, or the only one that he missed, and it seemed like it was just such a bad kick. Like he just didn't get the placement anywhere where he wanted it. I felt good about him making the next one, especially because he made another one already from that distance. So I thought the Dolphins played it decently. Conservative, though, truthfully, I would have liked to have seen them perhaps make it a bit easier of a kick for Jason Sanders. I think that's really where my struggle with that entire drive wasn't that, hey, we were going to go out there and have this game decided by the leg of Jason Sanders. Like, I think that was obvious. Maybe they could have just been a bit more aggressive, making it a 38-yarder rather than a 52 or 53-yarder.
Yeah, I get you. I think maybe it was some mind games with Mike McDaniel because he was like, you know what? If it's too easy, he ain't gonna hit it. So that's why he brought it back a little bit more. Let him get some space on that boot to get it going. But yeah, I should see. Here's the thing. I want to love you, Jason Sanders. I really do. I don't want to be in this position where I think of you as like a kicker with a Garfield belly, and that that you're always going to fat cat it, and you've shown some pretty good Stones moments. We all can remember back to the Cowboys game. But then, like, anytime he misses one, Solana, I just get to this point where I'm like, yeah, I don't know if I trust him or not. I try. I'm and I guess that's not real trust because trust is trust. I guess I don't have trust, but I want to trust him. It's just, I feel like every time he gives me a reason not to trust him.
Yes or no, you were relieved when he hit the field goal.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
okay, so then we don't trust him. Like, if you're relieved that he hit it, we don't trust him.
Yeah, like I didn't do like the Steph Curry walk away with my hand up and thinking it's going in. No, I watched that puppy go right down the pipe. But
yeah,
in this, look, it wasn't an easy game to get to. I mean, the Dolphins got off to a really, really shaky start.
Yeah.
On both ends. They were getting gashed up the middle. They shot themselves in the foot. They had drives going, and then the drives would peter out. So I guess what were your emotions watching the opening week? Because it kind of was all over the place.
It was a roller coaster of emotions. So I actually came away, surprisingly, after Sanders makes the kick, and you kind of have some hours to like go back, rewatch what happened, and have some massive takeaways from the game. I thought to myself, I'm glad they won a game like that, Tobin, to open up the season. Because while yes, today had they gone out and routed Jacksonville, right? First drive touchdown, you put up whatever 38 points, your offense is clicking. Would we feel a lot more comfortable going into this game? Probably. I think that's fair. But bro, Jacksonville's not a bad team, right? Like, that's not a team that's going to win 5 or 6 games this year. They're probably going to be hovering around 8, 9, 10 wins, maybe 11 wins this year. I like the fact that nothing went right for you in the first half. You had a bleep ton to deal with before the game. Let's not forget about Tyreek Hill's incident.
Yep.
And Tua Tagovailoa, whether or not his halftime speech really made as much of an impact as everybody says it did, I'm going to buy into it. I like the fact that they went through crazy adversity and they came out on the other side of that and were able to pick up the pieces. I genuinely like the fact that the Dolphins, a team where before they were going to lose that game, they weren't coming down 14-0 and winning a game, even if it was at home. They're able to just kind of relax and say, hey, it's fine. You're down 14-0 to a pretty good team week 1. It's okay. Let's pick up the pieces and go win. All that being said, if Javon Holland doesn't make that one play, the Dolphins probably don't win that game. So I understand people feeling a bit, or maybe having their questions after that game. Did the Dolphins win it? Did the Jags lose it? But I came away saying I like seeing the grit out of my team because that's going to happen at times this season. Things aren't going to go right. How do you respond?
That is true. We never hear about Tua's speech if Javon Holland doesn't punch out that football.
Yeah.
It changed in 2 plays. I mean, the entire trajectory of the game changed from that. And by the way, what a first week performance by Javon Holland, because, so much attention to the money paid out this offseason to the Ramseys and the Tyreek Hills and the Tuas. And this guy, never really made it a thing. Like, he answered the questions when he answered the questions about his contract, but never really drew attention to it until he's like throwing up the money sign during the game. But man, that was a money play. Like, that was just such an incredible headsy play. He had other ones where great in coverage. He just brought heat. Like, he was all over the place, making an impact as he really has throughout his Dolphins career. So if you're going to make any kind of statement to the team about your importance, and I know these are tough decisions about like who you got to give your money to and who you're going to make the franchise player, but man, that guy's been such a good player every time he seems like he's been on the field. And he saved their ass. He 100% saved their ass because they were not coming back if Travis Etienne scores.
And Tobin, what's been like, at least from what I've seen, what's the number one criticism of Javon? It's not that he's not a good safety. Like, I mean, he's graded out on pretty much every metric as one of the better safeties in the NFL, but I've seen a lot of, he doesn't make game-changing plays. I've seen a lot of that from Dolphins fans. We're like,
I don't agree with that. I think that's I mean, like, the last time he had 2 healthy knees, we saw him have the greatest pick 6 we've ever seen in our lives.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I was going to go to, which is I've never necessarily agreed with that criticism of him. And you could argue the last play, like the most exciting play in Dolphins history since the Miami Miracle with Kenyon Drake, was Javon Holland's pick 6 on Black Friday against New York last year. Like, exciting play. So I've always disagreed with that, but I understood from the aspect of like, has Javon Holland won you a game, right? Like, you needed a stop. Has he won you a game? And I guess he never really had that type of moment, but he did week 1 the other day. He's going to want to get his money, and there's no better way to start off your campaign this year, or it's a contract year, with that type of performance.
Well, he did have the play, and so that led us to all hearing that Tua had an amazing speech, courtesy, I believe, first of Tyreek Hill, letting us all know. Yeah. And the Cheetah said that Tua had everybody fired up at halftime. Here was Tyreek Hill.
Oh, Tua, he stepped up in the second half. He did his thing. Second half, he played lights out, man. Like I said, first half, offense, like we all was like kind of timid a little bit, shaking all the dust off our knees and stuff like that. We was getting out the huddle kind of slow. But the thing that really motivated me the most was when we came in during halftime, and it's the first time I heard Tua's like Hawaiian accent. Like, it's crazy. Like, he was like turned up and animated in the locker room. I'm like, okay, I'm liking this. Like, he was like going, and I'm like, yeah, let's go, man. Like, he called me out, J-Dub, T. I'm like, yo, I'm loving this, bro. And like me, I love accountability at its finest. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what I grew up on. I grew up on my dad telling me, "Hey, Reek, I need you to be better." You feel me? Not patting me on my back, not doing this. And for my quarterback to call me out in front of the whole offense like that, I had to step up. I had to do my thing. You feel me? So I like that in a leader.
Love it. Goosies, dude.
Got a little UD in him. Huh, Tobin?
There's something about it, man. Like everybody's talked about him being more vocal. That's definitely been a thing. We've, kind of done the pop psychologist thing on why it happened, but whatever the reasons being, look, they did get to the point where here's your opportunity to take this game back, and Snowman has the momentum shifter, next play, bread and butter, Tua to Tyreek, Kevin Harlan on the call. He's a ghost. Put him in the handcuffs, Jalen Waddle. Game completely changed. So I think those are the things. When you do get those breaks, you kind of make you get those little breaks, and then you make your own breaks. And I think that was definitely some good signs from the Dolphins. And I think the thing, we talk a little bit about, how maybe Buffalo's looking at this, that they're not a fully complete team. I think the good news is I do think you come away with a victory in a game you didn't have everything clicking on all cylinders. Certainly offensively, I think there was a lot of meat on the bone, because really we talked all off season about new wrinkles and new weapons, and it was kind of the same deal. Like, this was kind of a game that was still saved by your two stars on the outside with some Devon Achane in the passing game. But there were moments, like obviously at the end, where Jeff Wilson's going down, and they actually gave on a 3rd and short, they gave it to their fullback the week that he calls it. So, but then there's also elements of like, all right, but is this run game is this going to be a thing, this run game? Because the run game really struggled.
Yeah, but I look back to the first year with Mike McDaniel, right, where we all were thinking, oh, wow, run game guru, like here he comes. And it took a while. Tobin, remember, like, until they was it that they signed or they traded for Jeff Wilson Jr.,
Yeah.
The Dolphins didn't run the ball well.
We can't quit Jeff Wilson. We can't do it.
You can't. And I bet you're going to see a healthy dose of him tonight as well. But Tobin, I mean, just think about all the elements that were added. You're right. Like Jonnu Smith, well, he didn't exactly have a good game. My guy Julian Hill didn't have a good game. Durham Smythe dropped some passes. Also, like, we made so much about the weaponry outside of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek, and then Odell Beckham Jr., who knows when he's going to be back. Kirk Herbstreit suggesting it won't be till week 6 or 7. I know we'll get into that. Malik Washington is out. Like, all of a sudden, you're in a situation where you're like, okay, Mostert looks banged up. Devon Achane is making plays, but he hasn't had that one spectacular play yet. They're clearly trying to keep him from that. How is this game going to end up changing for the Dolphins? And you're right. They use that big momentum shifter from Snowman. And then, I don't know if you saw the picture right before Tua lets the ball go, where Tyreek hasn't even made the break yet, but he goes and he catches it. We know he's a spot thrower. That's what you expect from this offense week in and week out. And it is a good sign that they were able to get to it, even though it took some time to get to it.
Yeah, and I think if you're Stephen Ross, like, that's what you paid for. Like, you when you pay those guys to be the faces of your franchise, and there's an opportunity to window to go win a game, that's what they went and did. So, still a lot to improve upon, but there was a lot of good to celebrate as well. I think it was a wave of emotions that week 1, and we'll see what week 2 is going to bring, because this one has a lot of juice to it.
Hey, Tobin, I'm cool with, implementing all new facets of the offense. I would love to see Jonnu go off. I would love to see Julian Hill catch a touchdown pass. I'd love to see OBJ at some point. But if all else fails and you're still winning games because Tyreek Hill is better than everybody and Tua can get him the ball, I'm cool with that too, bro. If Jalen Waddle is going to win you games and that's all you've got, I'm cool with that too, man. Just find ways to win games.
Yeah, man. They're not your franchise players for nothing. Yep. I mean, that's what they paid him to be. We'll take a break here on Gameday Uncensored. Speaking of Tyreek Hill, obviously a very interesting week for him that has surrounded the team. Will it be a distraction tonight? Can they move past everything that went down after this kind of becomes a national storm? We'll get into that. Back with more Gameday Uncensored after this.
You're invited to a night of whiskey, stars, and
a.m. FM 99.9 HD2 and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
All right, welcome back, everybody, into Game Day Uncensored here on 560 WQAM. Tobin and Solana here with you as we get you ready for Week 2 Thursday Night Football. And we will talk to Adam Beasley from Pro Football Network coming up in a little less than an hour. We'll talk to him next hour, get you your first primer for this upcoming matchup. Omar Kelly, of course, will join us in around 7 o'clock today. So we'll talk to Omar and get our boys' thoughts on this upcoming matchup. Solana, one news nugget from the team. They have elevated once again Robbie Chosen to the active game day roster. So he will be out there again for this game. They did not elevate their practice squad running back, which as Adam Beasley points out on social media, kind of is a good sign to say that Devon Achane is going to play. Reports were today the team was pretty optimistic that he was going to play, but Raheem Mostert out with a chest injury. Devon Achane seems like he's going to go, but it also would seem like that's going to indicate the debut of Jalen Wright. I don't know what the workload's going to look like. I don't know if he'll just be active, but that's kind of exciting that we might get to see the rookie who shined at times in the preseason.
Yeah, like even if, it's just a couple downs or a couple snaps that we get to see him, I think tonight is as good a night as any, right? Like you're going up against a division rival. You're without your touchdown leader from a season ago. And Tobin, you have this shiny new toy that nobody exactly knows what to expect. I'm not saying, hey, go out there and hand the ball off to him 15 times, but screen pass here or there. Like, I think it's worth, having Mike McDaniel get a little cutesy tonight against the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing, too, because I don't know what to expect from the weather today other than it's going to be probably really terrible. It looked like the forecast said really terrible kind of up until around kickoff.
Yeah.
And then maybe settles down, but I don't know what that's going to be like. I don't know if that's going to make the field terrible. Obviously, Hard Rock's used to taking on a lot of water. I don't know if there'll be lightning delays at any point tonight. Like the weather's been such a wild card down here. Like 1 minute it's fine, the next it's like a typhoon. I imagine bring your umbrellas for tailgating today, everybody, your ponchos, whatever it's going to take, make sure Rocco has the big tent, whatever it takes. I don't know. I just picture Rocco being in charge of the tent. I don't know. Whoever's out there, just have the tent ready. Make sure you're okay.
Rocco?
Yeah, I don't know. And, the one thing it will deter, though, if there's a lot of rain, hopefully, is you won't have any dumbass Bills fans out here jumping through flaming tables.
Yeah. Well, guess what? I don't want to hear any Bills fans complain about the weather tonight, okay? Because they take issue when these games are played week 2 during the sun. They don't want to play. It's too hot. During a Sunday 1 p.m. game in September, October, Tobin. It's too hot. We know that. Don't complain then. You get the Thursday night game and it's a little rainy, okay? Sorry, it's going to take you an extra 30 minutes to deal with the flooding, leaving elbow room tonight, okay? Bills Mafia, so sorry about that. But don't complain because this is what you wanted. You didn't want the 1 p.m. game. You wanted the night game. Here you go. Get a little rain for you.
Oh, my God. And it just it feels like a damn rainforest out there right now. It's just like you walk through, just mist in your face. It feels like, and it's not even rain just because the rain was in the ether of the atmosphere. So good luck, everybody, tonight. Hopefully, but I don't know. It did look like when I had the audacity today on the show with Leroy today when we were talking. He's like, "You go to weather.com. You can't trust a national source." And I'm like, I'm pretty sure they're using the same sources as everybody else. And it did say that the torrential downpours were going to be kind of up to 7:30. And then, it looks like it's just going to be kind of looking lousy, but you know how it is here. It's always overcast and whatnot.
Well, Will Manso's there, and he tweeted about 45 minutes ago, steady rain coming down at the stadium. And then he took a picture. He has his poncho on. He's got his umbrella covering him. He's got to be on TV. He's got to look nice.
Of course.
So, that's the situation tonight. All I can think of is this Josh Allen already gets a little sneaky fumbly every now and then.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say every now and then. Dude fumbles all the time. These conditions could favor the Miami Dolphins.
And you can maybe it's like a basketball player. You could like force him to his left and put the ball in his left hand.
Oh, yes.
After like he's trying to reach out, like, oh no, my left hand doesn't work. I don't know. There could be something like that. So last week when we were broadcasting this, the Tyreek Hill thing was going down about in the second hour of the show when all the video came out. There's been a lot of fallout from this, Solana. The body cam footage comes out. I think we've discussed a lot of it throughout the week, and the nuance. But I guess the one thing that you do have to wonder is when there is all of this swirling around the team, do you worry at all of like hangover that the team is dealing with too much, non-football distractions? Not that the stuff's not serious that they all dealt with, but do you worry at all that it takes away from where their mind is to go and win this game?
Tobin, I think it would be silly to suggest like, oh, they could block it all out and just go play. I think it's silly to just suggest it. But I will say, the real distraction would have been Sunday, which obviously there was some sort of distraction. And I don't know, man, Tyreek looked pretty good to me with 130 yards and a touchdown. And the rest of the team clearly rallied around not only what happened, but the way Tyreek reacted to it. And as far as a distraction today, I'd say, considering the circumstances, Tyreek has handled this really, really well with the way that he's approaching the backlash that he's taken, but also the situation itself where he's saying, I want to make this, I want to take this negative and turn it into a positive for everybody, outside of the one cop that he once fired. And
except that guy.
Right, except that one guy.
Except the guy who swept the leg on me. He's got to go.
He's got to go. But I think, the fact that he's approaching it that way, because he could be approaching this in a much messier way, which is like, I want everybody fired. I want to, like, he could have true disdain for the entire situation, and he hasn't. So I don't expect this to be a situation where, it's distracting the team. I don't know, though. I'm not in the locker room. I'm just going off of what they've been saying. And it seems like everybody has rallied around that message Tyreek has conveyed, which is, hey, let's turn this into a positive. And I think that's the right way to go about it.
Well, here is Tyreek. This was him when asked about, what he's going to be like this week. And he says that it's not going to take away from him playing football. Here was the cheetah earlier in the week.
I'm not going to mix the two. I'm not going to mix the two. I'm not going to take a knee. I'm not going to, ask to defund the police. I'm not going to protest. I'm not going to do any of that when it comes to being inside of this football, because this is my therapy. Like, football is my therapy. This is how I get away from like a lot of stuff. Like, this is how I, separate myself from past traumas in my life, man. So, I'm not going to mix the two.
All right, there you go. Tyreek Hill telling reporters he's not mixing the two. No plans to make any statements or anything like that other than touchdown celebrations. And that he's able to kind of compartmentalize. This is the place where he gets away. The one thing I would say, Solana, is I understand what you mean by if it was going to bother him, it was going to bother him last week. But I do think there are things of like adrenaline. Like when like he said this week during the press, he's like, it almost felt like a movie. Like you're in this out of body experience. And I do think when you have things lingering, litigation going on, nightly news wants to talk to you. It's not just football people who want to talk to you. Now it's a societal thing. It's not just a football story. I do worry about some of that lingering. I do think that he has, been a guy who's definitely had plenty of baggage off the field, that he can get away from this, and he's probably more used to it than others are. But yeah, this is still a little bit different because it does feel like it's captured the national attention of not just sports, but it's captured the national attention of everybody. And I do think that can weigh on you a little bit, but I do think that he is wired to still be able to run really fast away from everybody.
Yeah, I think it's that simple. You're right, by the way. This is an unprecedented situation, which is why I prefaced everything by saying it'd be silly to just suggest like, oh, they'll totally block that out. I mean, no, it's lingering over everything. But what do you think could be a fallout from maybe this lingering? Is it like him dropping passes, him not running routes correctly, or like what do you think could be?
I don't know. I don't know what that.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
what
don't
that
know.
looks like. Like that's one of
Right.
those things where, that's going to be unfortunate. Like the captain hindsight. Like if Tyreek Hill goes and has a bad game, we'll all wonder if that was a factor. If he plays like Tyreek Hill plays, then
Yeah.
he's amazing at just being able to focus on the football when he's got to focus on the football. I don't know. I think most of the part, he's still one of the best players in the league. He'll be able to, put it aside, and it's not. I don't think it's going to be, but I do think that we do have to consider the human side of that. Of there being extra stuff, and especially it all being kind of a compartmentalized week. Like there's so much that's had to go into this entire ordeal. Mike McDaniel, though, he said he too doesn't think this is going to be an issue going into tonight.
I don't know about this particular situation, but in times, and there's just been innumerable times of things happening in all ways, shapes, or forms to players, and they find the comfort in the process and the commitment to each other and the team. So I think it will. When I see the team together tomorrow, I think a pretty sound expectation of guys being very, very focused on our next opponent, which happens to be in the division. They happen to play in Buffalo.
Yes, both of those things are facts. And we'll get more into that matchup coming on up because there is lots to dive into with this domination that the Dolphins are trying to flip on Buffalo's head. So we will take a break and get into more of that matchup coming here on Game Day Uncensored. Hour 2 of our coverage begins after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore
HD2 Boca Raton, an Odyssey sports station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Gonna be a tough week, too, for the Finns. They host the Bills tonight, a team that's had their number for quite a while.
To have someone's number on either side, you're kind of dismissing all the things that have changed that makes this new team what it is. You know, I think these are two new teams playing against each other.
The Dolphins' offense has improved. The defense is strong. But is that enough for the Dolphins, winless against the Bills last year, to get a W? Tua and the rest of the team want to show they can win the big one. Will they? We're going to find out shortly.
That's going to be what's written out there until we do something about that. That's going to be the narrative, that we can't beat the Bills until we do beat them, and we beat them consistently. Like, none of that's going to change, and we have an opportunity to do that this year.
Now we get ready for it. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana with Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Tobin and Solana here with you. Dan Day producing. And we will talk to Adam Beasley coming up at the bottom of this hour. We will talk to Pro Football Network's Adam Beasley. Omar Kelly will join us around 7 o'clock today as we get you ready for Thursday night football. Dolphins, Bills. Let's get to some keys to the game here, brought to you by Doral Hyundai. At Doral Hyundai, choose from over 1,300 new Hyundai models in inventory, like the Tucson, Sonata, and Palisade. Remember, when it comes to Hyundai, the great deals are at Doral Hyundai. And it has been said plenty, Solana. We know Josh Allen's domination in his career against the Miami Dolphins. Their last loss was week 3 of the 2022 season. That was a game where Ken Dorsey freaked out. But last week, 4 touchdowns against the Arizona Cardinals, 2 passing, 2 rushing. You got 3 sacks from former Miami Hurricane Greg Rousseau. Von Miller got in on the action. Kyler Murray did have some success running the football. Tua's not exactly Kyler Murray when it comes to mobility, but this is a team that is losing, has some injuries in the secondary, and they also are infiltrating some new guys in the secondary with the long stay Jordan Poyer now, of course, being on the Miami Dolphins. So is there anything that intrigues you or worries you going into this tonight, Solana, other than just the track record?
No, actually, just looking at this game, I mean, other than the track record, Tobin, I'm thinking to myself, okay, how can the Bills beat the Dolphins tonight outside of Josh Allen being Josh Allen, the Josh Allen we've seen time and time again? And I don't have many answers for you there. Right? Like, I understand this Dolphins defense gave up way too many yards rushing than we would have liked to have seen versus the Jacksonville Jaguars, especially in that first half.
Yes.
But if you know that that's what Buffalo is going to try to do today, right? Like, they're running heavy sets. They're putting 5 to 6 fat guys on the offensive line. Sometimes they have 2 tight ends up there as well, and they're just trying to run it down your throats. If you know that, if you're Miami, you're willing to test how much they want to go and involve Keon Coleman or Matt Collins on the outside. So I think for Miami, it's simple tonight. Like, just don't let them run all over you. Force them to throw it to these receivers that clearly Josh Allen doesn't trust. And I don't think the Bills can beat you that way. So there's only, in my mind, one way that they can beat you, and it's by being the more physical team up front. And even if they are, Miami just has to keep Josh Allen from doing what he did against Arizona in the second half, which is jumping over dudes for touchdowns. And I like Miami's odds on the defensive side of the football in that type of game.
Yeah, I would like the Dolphins to try and, like, it's easy to say, but I mean, look, I don't think the Dolphins can afford the kind of start that they had last game and expect to beat Buffalo, because I just think they're a lot more battle tested than Jacksonville is. And so I think that if you allow them to get out to a 2-score lead, they will squeeze the air out of that football. And I do think that, that can end up being a dicey proposition. But I do think that if the Dolphins can get out to a fast start here, and they make Josh Allen having to start making plays with his arm and take some risks and get a little loosey-goosey with the football, I think that puts you in just a much more ideal situation. So I'd really like, I do think that Mike McDaniel coming out of the gate like he did, and just the lack of execution early on for the Dolphins, if they can clean some of that stuff up right out of the gate here, I think that's going to go a long way to sealing a victory. I think that this is one of those where I think a lead early could be really important for Miami and dictating the terms of the game.
I mean, that's fair, Tobin, but just look at their last matchup. Miami had a lead. They were up 2 scores versus Buffalo in the first half. And what happened? It was in the third and fourth quarter. I mean, I have the drives here. In the third quarter, you had the ball one time, literally for 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Buffalo, despite being down, held the ball in 2 possessions for 5 minutes and then 7 minutes, and they didn't score on either of those drives. That's like best case scenario when you're outpossessed in a 15-minute quarter for 90% of it. And then in the fourth quarter, Miami punt, Miami interception. Like, even if you do have that 2-score lead, it won't be enough against this team. But if you do have that 2-score lead, Tobin, to your point, Buffalo's going to have to go away from just running it down your throat. They're going to have to force Josh Allen to throw that football. And I think if you can keep him within the hash marks, keep him in the pocket, and force him to trust those playmakers he has on the outside, I don't think they're talented enough, or they haven't proven to be talented enough to beat the Dolphins secondary, or what we expect the Dolphins secondary to be. So I'm confident tonight that that's the game plan for Miami, right? Like, keep him in the pocket, force him to throw the ball early in possessions rather than letting him go and be that chaotic playmaker we know he's capable of being.
Tua, of course, was asked about that game that Solana is talking about, and if it left a sour taste in the Dolphins' mouth. And here's Tua lying to your face.
Is there still any sour taste in your mouth from last year's regular season phenomenon?
Oh, last year, brother. What a political answer. Oh my gosh. Last year, brother. We worry about this year. So we'll see what we got today, and then we'll work its way down to Thursday and see what we can do Thursday.
I like that Tua is so honest that he even has to tell you when he's lying. Yeah, obviously it left a terrible. What do you mean? I had to go freeze my ass off in Kansas City. Of course it left a sour taste in my mouth. It left a frostbit taste on my lips too. Terrible.
But it's not just it's not losing that game. Like, if Buffalo comes out and beats you because they were better than you, fine. It's the way you lost the game. It's exactly what I just said, where in the second half, they had 62 total yards of offense. Most important drive of the game. They get a holding penalty, and now it's 1st and 17, and then it's basically a 3-and-out after there. Like, they ran 5 plays in the most important possession of the football game, and they had 3 yards and 1 minute and 2 seconds to show for it. Like, that's unacceptable from a team that's supposed to have the best weapons in the NFL. So yeah, I'm with you, man. It leaves a sour taste in your mouth, not just because you lost the game, but the way you lost the game in the most important game of the season. You pooped yourself. Like, that's what happened. You pooped yourself.
You did, but also, and this is, I'm just saying what happened. I'm not making an excuse. I'm just, but the facts are, you had a beaten down Tyreek Hill, coming off of the horse collar tackle, not the same guy, no Mostert, no Waddle. So, that's why, like, today is a little bit different. Like, the weapon, you still don't have Mostert, but Achan's a year older. We saw what Jeff Wilson did. You supposedly have this rookie everybody's excited about. Tight ends that you find more reliable, like everything you've built up for to make yourself in a better position while Buffalo has lost weapons. They've lost the likes of Stephon Diggs. this is what it's all supposed to be for. Everything to be in your advantage. And you didn't have to travel for this either. Like, you don't have to travel on the short week. It's coming to your house.
Yeah.
They haven't gone anywhere. They have been living in this damn rainforest type of atmosphere since the beginning of August, and even before that for mini camps. And so, yeah, that it is important for them to take every advantage that they have and get this one.
I don't want to, relitigate last year this much, but I'll just go back to that. I'm with you. Okay. Tyreek was banged up. Waddle really wasn't healthy the entire last 2 months of the season. I realize that. But at some point, right, they've talked about exercising demons. Pretty much the entire offseason, they've talked about getting over the hump, winning these important games. We all know 1-6 last year against playoff teams. And the only game you won was against the Cowboys on Christmas Day. And Jason Sanders bailed your ass out. At some point, you can't keep going back to injuries. At some point, you can't keep going back to, well, this kept us from being healthy.
Agreed.
Agreed.
I'm not dismissing what you're saying.
Yeah, the year before, Tua was out with concussions, and Skylar Thompson had to go to Buffalo and play in a playoff game. That's obviously a fair excuse. But last year, injuries aren't why you lost the football game. Did they contribute? Was it a contributing factor? Sure. I mean, that's fair. But Buffalo had a ton of injuries last year as well. They're without their best defensive player for all of last season also. And nobody's giving them the benefit of the doubt for losing to Kansas City in the playoffs again. No, they're not better than Kansas City. The Dolphins haven't proven to be better than Buffalo. Like you said, tonight they get the chance to prove that they've either A, narrowed the gap, or B, can be better than a Buffalo team that is not as talented, at least not on paper, as they were in previous years.
We'll get some more thoughts as we roll on here on Game Day Uncensored. Some former Finns on WQAM this week, giving some thoughts on this upcoming matchup, including a real rat bastard. I mean, Solana's making me play this. But,
yeah, I'm forcing Tobin. I strong-armed Tobin into playing a Fitzpatrick sound.
We got that, and Adam Beasley going to join us, of course, coming up as well. Back with more Game Day Uncensored after this.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall studio.
FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Tobin and Solana here again. You ready for week 2 of the NFL season? You'll be able to watch this game on something called Amazon Prime. And Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's going to be on the pregame tonight. So I recommend you not watching him because you guys should just watch us on YouTube and Twitch. Because what is he going to say? But he did join Solana and Hockman and Crowder this week on their beautiful show, which you can hear every day from 2 to 6. And, I'll play it. What did he say?
Solana? This isn't that bad. Like, we're not bringing Fitzy on. You got to avoid doing the interview. I mean, this is 1 minute of your life, bro. You sound
all right. All right. I mean, what could he possibly have said that was so great on Tua?
I thought Crowder asked him a really good question because, I mean, we all know the situation between him and Tua. I mean, there's a reason you call him a fat cat. I mean,
boo-hooed about it.
Yeah. But yeah, Crowder, you'll hear the question here. Crowder asked him, what he's seen from Tua that he didn't see from him when they were on the team together.
What kind of strides? Because you were there with Tua, and we talked about it when you was in and out, you and him. What strides did you think Tua take that he couldn't do when y'all were playing together?
Yeah, I think the leadership one is huge. And, some of that, obviously I'm not there every day, but it is reading the interviews, listening to McDaniel talk to him, listening about his teammates talking to him, and even just the stances he's kind of taken in the media, a little more outspoken now. I call him Tattoo Tua. He's got those tats now that he didn't used to have. He's got a little edge to him. But it's been really enjoyable to watch. I think, with quarterbacks, the argument of guys getting drafted high and, is he elite? Is he not? The Joe Flacco ad nauseum, debate we've had for a long time. But Tua is elite in this offense with this play caller, with these players, and that's all that matters, right? I mean, they did a great job in bringing a coach in that knows what style he is, knows that he's great at anticipation, he's great at accuracy, and they're taking advantage of it because he's throwing these catch and run balls to these guys. So it's awesome to see. I'm so proud of him, so happy for him, and looking forward to seeing him on Thursday night.
Oh yeah, that's a lie. You weren't happy for him when he took my job and I was fired and you turned the media against him. You want to know why he didn't have any leadership? You had him sabotaging you, weaseling back to reporters every now and then, trying to flip the narrative on its head.
He called him elite.
Nah, not really. He called him elite within the system. He was doing some real caveat cowboy stuff there with old Fitzpatrick, which is like, get him out of here. Stop acting like he's an ally. And by the way, he roots for the Bills anyway. We all saw him show up to Buffalo with his shirt off. Stop acting like we gotta listen to what this man says. He's never made the playoffs. The only reason you guys know who he is because he has a beard and he stole Conor McGregor's gimmick, which, by the way, you've already been replaced by Jason Kelsey. Get out of here. No more. I don't want him on any more commercials. And I don't want his takes on Tua. I don't want him. You were sitting here, Brian Flores' guy, and you brought in there. You won a game with your head twisted off, which was kind of cool. Objectively, it was a great play. But other than that, I don't want to hear from him anymore. Enough of him. Bum.
You good?
Bum.
We can move on. Are you good? We can move on.
Him, Tattoo.
He really thought he had something there too, he's like,
I know.
I call him Tattoo. Like, oh, okay, we've never heard that before. He got the tattoos last year, guy.
Bum. All right, Adam Beasley.
That was worth it. This was all worth it. I'm glad we got to rehash it.
A man who's not a bum, Adam Beasley. He joins us next.
Weekday mornings beginning at 6. Join Joe Rose with a dash of Hollywood.
Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Ed Morse has your back. Ed Morse Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click edmoresawgrasscadillac.com. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. It's game day, uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Let's make this place a little bit more professional. The great Adam Beasley joining us here on the program. What's up, Bees? Pro Football Network. Go follow him. Adam H. Beasley on X. What's up, buddy? How are you today?
Game day, game night.
That's what I'm
big
talking
one
about,
tonight,
man.
boys. Big one tonight.
It's a big one, man. Like the one thing that makes me uncomfortable, Bees, is like it feels so enormous for the Dolphins, and it doesn't for the Bills, and that's like a really rough place to be in for Miami because this doesn't answer everything. They certainly have a lot of other hurdles, but this is the first one, and it really feels like it means a lot to them. So what do you feel like is at stake tonight for the Dolphins?
Well, obviously, the Bills are their biggest rival. This is a team that's owned them over the last, not just the last 5-6 years where it's 11 to the last 12, but going back to the first year of the Joe Philbin era, this is a team that's pretty much just owned them every time they've played. And they've gotten, it's funny, Joe Philbin's gotten fired because he couldn't beat the Bills. Adam Gase got fired because he couldn't beat the Bills. And Brian Flores got fired for a number of reasons, but not beating the Bills was one of them. Mike McDaniel's 1-4 against his team. His only win was a week 2 of the 2022 season. They've lost, I believe, 3 or 4 straight. It's been a minute since they've beaten these guys. For that alone, certainly the ramifications of the division, this could be the difference between the 2 and the 6 seed for the Dolphins. All these things you can talk about late December, early January, point back to this game. But I think it goes deeper than this. And it's not just the Bills. How many times have we gotten fired up for a big primetime game against a marquee opponent? The entire nation's watching. The eyes of the world are on the Miami Dolphins, and they just go and lay an egg. Like, just look absolutely terrible. Can't block, can't do anything on defense. They just completely get manhandled. That, to me, is as big a concern as anything. Yes, the Bills they're their daddies. I get it. It's been a long, long time. But their inability to win outside of the 1 o'clock Sunday window has been a thing for a long time. They lost to the Titans in prime time. I mean, you think of all they did beat the Cowboys, but was that even on prime time? I think it was a 4:25 start. So it was really more like an evening game.
It was a sad game. They had a Monday nighter against the Saints, and it wasn't like Ian Book, the quarterback.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Well, let's not forget
what year that was.
Noah Igbenogany beating the Steelers on Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football as well. I mean, that to me, Bees, kind of cements your point, where the only like primetime victory we can point back to came because of Noah Igbenogany making the only play he ever made in a Dolphins jersey. But when you look at this game, Bees, is this game going to come down to the Dolphins offense finally breaking through against a quote-unquote elite caliber opponent? Or is this going to be, I know weather can be a factor, but is this going to be another game where it's just as simple as stop Josh Allen from beating you?
Can both be true? I mean, I think it really is all that. First of all, to your previous point, to channel Rick Pitino, Kenny Pickett ain't walking through that door. Okay, it's Josh Allen that you have to deal with tonight. It's a whole different ball of wax. So I think you look at the mastery that Allen has had over this team. 10-2 in the regular season, plus a playoff win. I think the regular season, 33 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, 110 passer rating combined. He is one thing, but yes, you need to go toe to toe with the elite teams. You need to beat the teams in your division. But if we know what the narrative is going to be, Mike McDaniel knows what the narrative is going to be. Tua Tagovailoa knows what the narrative is going to be. They win tonight, Super Bowl contenders. They lose tonight, same old Dolphins. And really, it's fair. I mean, it's absolutely fair that if they go out tonight and have their best effort and beat the Bills. And honestly, guys, I see a world in which this isn't particularly close. Like, I see a world in which the Dolphins get downhill on these guys traveling for a Thursday night game against a playoff opponent usually is bad news for the road team, right? I think the Dolphins are the more talented team, 1-53 or 1-69, I guess, with the practice squad. I think they're the deeper team. The only difference is the Bills have an alien quarterback, and that might be enough. And Tua's struggles are well documented against this team. I think their personnel is worse than it's been pretty much in the last 4 or 5 years on the defensive side of the ball. Not having Teron Johnson tonight is going to be a big deal. I kind of wish the Dolphins had a number 3 receiver. Sounds like it's trending well for Devon Achane, so he'll probably be that slot receiver that you'll see out there taking advantage of a mismatch against their nickel. But if not now, when, guys? If you're not going to get these guys tonight, what gives you any confidence you're going to get them, whatever it is, week 8, week 9 in Orchard Park? You got to do it now.
How big of a loss tonight is not having Raheem Mostert? I know the run game wasn't fantastic, but how big of a blow is that to the Dolphins' run game?
If you were going to tell me to choose one, I'd rather have the second-year guy over the Pro Bowler, and that sounds crazy. But Achane is so important to this offense in so many different ways. Running the ball, he really didn't do a great job on the ground last week, but 7 catches led the team, and he was their third option. We saw last week what happens. You throw the ball to Braxton Berrios. We saw what happened last week when we throw the ball to Durham Smythe. Usually bad outcomes, right? Those guys in an ideal world aren't getting the ball thrown their way. They need Achane. And yeah, Mostert can catch the ball out of the backfield, but they have plenty of dudes who can run the football. Like Jeff Wilson, he'll be fine if he steps in. I think you'll see some 5 to 8 carries out of Jalen Wright tonight. He'll be fine, the opportunities he gets. But without Achane, if he for some reason can't go tonight, their passing game, I think, is severely diminished.
Hey, Bees, this is something we talked about, Tobin and I, earlier in the show. Obviously, the looming cloud over not just one player, but really the entire organization is Tyreek Hill being detained. I see you have your phone in your hand right now, by the way. That's great because Tobin and I, after last week, for those that didn't know, Bees came on before that news broke. And the entire interview, I mean, Beasley, you must have thought we just didn't care what you were saying because we were all looking at videos of Tyreek Hill being in handcuffs outside of the stadium. But anyways, I'm glad you have your phone on you. Can this be a distraction? I personally, I think Tyreek and the team have handled this perfectly where they want to turn a negative into a positive. They're saying all the right things. But do you anticipate this being some sort of distraction tonight for either Tyreek or the team itself?
Actually, a distraction tonight, no. If there was going to be a time it was going to be a distraction in game, it was going to be last Sunday, right? I mean, he had literally just gone from getting roughed up in handcuffs to the locker room to get dressed. Then he put up a $130 with a touchdown and 7 catches. So, no, I don't think the in-game mental aspect, the psychology, the emotion, that stuff is flushed. Where it could impact this team is, look, this is a compressed week. It's really, really, really hard to get ready for a team in ideal circumstances in 4 days. And they've had to do it while NBC National News is in their locker room, right? Like this is a whole different kind of dynamic. And yeah, they can say, oh, we were able to compartmentalize and we were able to get all our prep in. Tyreek Hill was on CNN at 9:00 on Tuesday night, right? I mean, he was doing media requests that he normally doesn't do. I'm not saying he's got to sit in his, darkened office and watch game film every second he's not here. But the reason you talk about bulletin board material and you talk about distractions, really where they have their impact is Monday through Saturday because it just focuses the mind of the team or gives them less focus if it's a distraction. If teams talking crap on them, hey, let's get these guys and do everything we can to beat them. It's the Bills. So I don't think they need any of that extra juice. Maybe on the margins it might impact them. But it'll be very interesting to see. I think this week we'll get a good test of the real fortitude of this franchise in a lot of ways from the head coach on down. If they can overcome all the crap they had to go through this past week and go out and get a win, I think it's a really good sign for the rest of the season.
On the physical side of things, I'm very curious to see how 2 Jalen's on the defensive side look because, man, I can't believe how good Jalen Phillips looks. It's incredible, Bees. How interested are you in how he looks with 4 or 5 days, not a full week to turn around? and Jalen Ramsey, of course, it was kind of a question mark going into last week.
Yeah, I think it was 35 snaps for Jalen Phillips and 42, 43, something like that for Jalen Ramsey. That's not really a heavy work. That's not a big lift for either of those guys. And I think they were smart about how they used them. But look, we saw the last drive. These guys are going to be on the field the most important time. A big saying that Anthony Weaver has time and time again is, I don't care who starts, I care who finishes. We saw that those dudes are on the field at the most important time. So, sure, there's going to be some soreness. I couldn't imagine what it's like to come back from an Achilles injury and perform like Jalen Phillips did on Sunday in just 10 months. He was the closer, right? They called him Mariano Rivera because he closed out that game. Yeah, he had the sack on the last Jacksonville snap, but the play before, the reason Trevor Lawrence got sacked by Emmanuel Ogbah and had to step in the pocket is Phillips was crashing down from the edge. Just masterclass in pass rush late in the game. He makes them so much better of a team, and I'm thrilled to see what it's going to look like when Bradley Chubb gets out there too. And maybe he has a little bit more rust since it's the second knee for him than Phillips. He's a little bit older, but when those guys are both back at their peak, it's going to be a really, really, really tough defense in third and long.
Let me ask you, you mentioned Bradley Chubb. I don't feel like he has been in the ether of anything. It's so funny because Phillips is more, I guess, of a social media guy. We kind of saw the recovery along, but like, what is the sense with Chubb? I feel like it's been like no buzz around him whatsoever. Does it feel mid-season-y? Do we have any kind of inclination of when he could return?
Yeah, I mean, it could be, conceivably 3-4 weeks from now. I mean, it could be that soon. We don't get the access. We haven't for weeks, the access that we had in training camp. And Phillips was doing a lot more during training camp than Chubb was. And that makes sense because his injury was a month earlier, right? So he was a month ahead in his rehab. The timelines for Achilles and ACL aren't exactly the same, but they're pretty close. They're both in the neighborhood of 9 to 12 months. And so you look at what 9 months would be out from New Year's Eve. It's the end of this month. So you're kind of getting to that point now where, we can start asking again, okay, is he going to come off of IR in 3 weeks? And of course, Mike McDaniel won't answer that question, but it's something we can at least have a conversation among us that it's a real possibility. From everything we've heard, there's been no setbacks. To your point, Phillips is a lot more front-facing than Chubb is when it comes to a lot of that stuff. I've heard nothing that would suggest that he won't be ready at some point. My guess is a month from now we'll see him on the field.
All right, so Bees, we talked about the importance of the defensive line. We talked about, obviously, Tua Tagovailoa and the offense. What about the offensive line? Overall, your analysis from week 1, there were no snap issues, which is obviously good news. But how do you feel the offensive line performed and will continue to perform, especially tonight?
You believe Pro Football Focus, they were great. I mean, they had 3 highly, highly rated players. Their tackles are always going to be fine. And Liam Eichenberg, pleasant surprise. We talked a lot about him, not just last week, but it feels like for 6 months straight about how is this offensive line going to get better if they have all the same personnel except for the center. And the answer is internal improvement. And that's what we saw in the field. So the Dolphins have been ready. I mean, kind of lucky early on. There hasn't been that dominant defensive tackle. We'll see with Ed Oliver today how that goes. That's going to get that pressure up the middle. I'm never concerned about the edges. Really, I'm not at all because of the tackles they have. The team's going to bring pressure. It's going to be up the middle. We'll see how it goes.
Adam Beasley, go follow him. Adam H. Beasley on X. Pro Football Network does a fantastic job. Joins us every single week on Game Day Uncensored. It was nice to have a much cleaner, non-chaotic situation. Did you go slower into the stadium today, Bees? Did the rest of
no alerts on my phone. I'm happy. Nothing's been blown up in the last 20 minutes. I did go slower, but that wasn't by choice. Traffic was something else tonight. It wasn't. Yeah, well, because it's rush hour at the same time. I come Northwest 27th Ave, and that's always backed up this time of day. But if you haven't left for the game yet, dear listener, I would probably get in the car soon because it's going to be a mess tonight.
And the rain too. Is it still coming down there, Bees? You're at the stadium.
It was flooded. The lot was flooded when I got there, but it's not raining now, or at least it wasn't 20 minutes ago when I was at the seat.
Cool. Gotta love South Florida. That's how it's just waves of typhoons, but just randomly. It's like a game of roulette. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the time.
All right, talk next week.
All righty, there you go, Adam Beasley. We will take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. More to come as we dive more into this game. Back after this.
You're invited to a night of whiskey, stars, and cigars.
Jar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Gonna be a tough week, too, for the Finns. They host the Bills tonight, a team that's had their number for quite a while.
To have someone's number on either side, you're kind of dismissing all the things that have changed that makes this new team what it is. You know, I think these are two new teams playing against each other.
The Dolphins' offense has improved. The defense is strong. But is that enough for the Dolphins, winless against the Bills last year, to get a W? Tua and the rest of the team want to show they can win the big one. Will they? We're going to find out shortly.
That's going to be what's written out there until we do something about that. That's going to be the narrative, that we can't beat the Bills until we do beat them, and we beat them consistently. Like, none of that's going to change, and we have an opportunity to do that this year.
Now we get ready for it. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana with Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, man. Welcome back in, Dolphins. Bills fans, you can go to hell. Those who are here. I don't encourage hostility to anybody else, to other fan bases, but I will laugh at it. Shout out to, who was this dude who sent us the video, Solana?
My name, Jeff, on Twitter.
Jeff just drove by the elbow room and just gave everybody the finger, who was all the Bills fans that are sitting there. Again, I don't encourage that behavior, but I will laugh at it.
What's up with that, by the way, right? Like the elbow room just happily hosting these Bills Mafia takeovers every single year.
You know, I don't fault anybody for making the dough. They were a good host to the Panthers, but their morals do seem to go out the window when it comes to football season. I don't know. Maybe the owner's a Bills fan. I really have no idea. I'm not sure.
Like, make them go to the Chili's or something on University. Like, what are we doing, man?
I don't know. But hopefully they have a ton of traffic trying to get down from Broward. Hopefully it's a miserable drive for you Bills fans. Although apparently, I was actually reading one of Beasley's articles. They said that the travel for this game is nowhere near what it is for last year or even in years past. Like, apparently the secondary market is nowhere near what it is. Like, I don't think people are ready to leave Buffalo at this point. Like, Buffalo's awful. It's like Russia's cousin, but it's I don't think they're all ready to leave yet, because I don't think it's quite the tundra.
Right. Yeah, it's not like 22 degrees, snowing. So they're not ready to spend the big bucks to come down to Fort Lauderdale and sit on Fort Lauderdale Beach. That's good, though. That means, guess what, Tobin? It's going to be Dolphins fans tonight at the stadium.
It should be an exciting atmosphere. Oh, man, we haven't even mentioned the throwbacks are on tonight.
Yes.
Dude. I love the throwback. You got the throwback on right now. I got it on the lid. I don't understand what Garfinkel's doing. I really wish I could sit down and like have an espresso with him and be like, "Hey, man, what are we doing? Why are we sitting here? You know, every single year we get 2 weeks where we're so happy because of the throwback unis." And I get it. You know, we want to go and make a ton of money with a ton of jerseys, but why can't the jersey you wear the most be the throwback? I don't understand that. Have an orange jersey night. Go back to Ricky and JT and the class. Have that for one game. Right. You know, be your City Connect or whatever the hell the NFL calls their extra jerseys. I love the throwbacks so much more than the current day Dolphins jersey. It's not that I hate the Dolphins jerseys. It's not like they completely whiffed on it. especially when they got rid of that tang orange and went back to the darker orange. But I love the throwback so much. It's such a great look.
I don't want to beat a dead horse because, Tobin, we literally talk about this every single time.
As we should.
The Dolphins play with their throwback jerseys. You can't, in South Florida, especially with the Dolphins, you can't find a unanimous decision on anything. Tua Tagovailoa, as good as he's been, there's a section of the fan base that hates him. We can go back to Ryan Tannehill, same thing. You can go to any aspect of this team, of this organization. You can't find a unanimous decision on anything except for this. The Dolphins' new logo, or I guess it's not new anymore, but their current logo and their current uniforms pale in comparison to what everybody wants to see week in and week out, and that's the throwback jerseys. I don't get it, man. I really don't. Look, it's been 10 years already. Like, they've hammered this home enough where they can go back and still make all the sales and make everybody happy. So you know where I stand on this, Tobin. I don't understand it for the life of me. There's not a single person going to Hard Rock Stadium tonight that's going to look at what the Dolphins are wearing and say, man, I really wish they weren't wearing throwbacks tonight. There's not a single person.
But there's also, like, there's this idea, like, people will be like, oh, well, you know, it keeps them special. And I'm like, no, just better's better. It's better's better. Like, if the Marlins came out today and they told me, hey, back to teal, I'm like, great. Hey, what do you mean? I only get it. It said it's one day every week, every Saturday I get it. Saturday throwbacks. No, I want it all the time. What I like, and that's what I want.
If you have a bad play in your playbook and you've run it 10 times and it doesn't work for 10 times, at some point you kind of got to kick the tires and say, all right, we got to get this play out of our playbook. It just doesn't work. The Dolphins for 10 years. And look, Tom Garfinkel, Stephen Ross, like, they deserve credit because the stadium's beautiful. Like, Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, of all places, is the epicenter of the sports world. So, like, this is not an indictment on them per se, but this specific decision continues to haunt me because I can't for the life of me understand how they can look at this whale that we have as our logo. It's not even a damn dolphin. It looks like a whale. And they're like, yeah, this is how we want to represent our team. It makes no sense because we're both rocking what should be the logo, and the Dolphins will be rocking what should be the uniforms tonight.
I don't understand it. Yeah, like, am I going to Aquatica? Like, what is this logo? I don't understand, but whatever. Yeah. Like you said, we've been there. We've done that. One thing we haven't talked about, this is a revenge game for somebody who is going up against his former club, and Jordan Poyer, who's basically wanted to be a Dolphin for a couple of years. You know, he was doing a lot of flirting the year beforehand, but he's finally here. He is a part of the squad. Almost had an interception last week, right in and out of his hands. And then he's been playing with a busted up thumb. He got caught hand in the cookie jar on a face mask, literally, because he had a giant cast that got it stuck and wedged in somebody's face mask. But everybody raves about him, raves about what he was going to bring that savvy to the secondary. And Sean McDermott, the Bills coach, he spoke about losing Poyer. And, yeah, sounds like a guy he really, really misses. He misses this piece because he says he knows the defense in and out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he knows so much of what we do, right? He knows, he's got the playbook, right? So, I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I should try to get that from him before he left here. I don't know. But I think he had 7 years of a head start on me with that, or 8, or I guess it was 7. So, again, I can't say enough good things about Jordan. I love him. I know we're playing against each other. I'm coaching against him this week, and just want the best for him and his family always. And, Micah too. Let's not forget Micah and what he did was mentioned earlier. Those guys, when I think of one, I automatically think of the other. So those guys were instrumental in moving this place where it's gotten to over the last 7 years.
It was interesting, Solana, hearing Poyer speak this week. Very coy about the things that he may know or tendencies he may know of Josh Allen. And yeah, maybe this stuff is overspoken, but he was a big leader on that defense. And everybody else who was on that defense doesn't seem to have any clue how to stop 17. This guy's got to have, you would hope, some kind of hints, some kind of insight that he can help Anthony Weaver in preparation for what the hell they do to bring down this moose.
Well, I'll say this. we might have had one guy who kind of knew how to get into Josh Allen's head, Christian Wilkins, and all he had to do was grab a hold of his junk. And,
Yes.
it seemed to work at times. Not always, Tobin, but now he's gone. So now what? Where do you turn to? I like the idea of Jordan Poyer being able to help out. I don't know if it is a little overstated, as you mentioned, but I will say this. From what I gather on his comments and maybe his wife's social media accounts over the past couple months, he didn't leave Buffalo on the best terms. Now, he said all the right things. He's grateful and all that stuff. But you can kind of tell this game means a little bit more to him. So I'm really looking forward to the type of performance we see from him tonight, because I'm not telling you I'm inside his head. I know how he feels, but obviously he wants to beat his former team. I also think it's a little more personal for him based on what didn't happen between him and the organization over a couple of years that he was there.
Well, here is Jordan Poyer. This was his thoughts on facing his former squad and how excited he is. No, it's all good, man. He basically said he's going into this thing. He's excited for the matchup, taking on the Buffalo Bills. And, I think it's got to be like when you play for a team that many years and you're getting ready for that matchup, I think that's one of those things where there's got to be the extras. You want to be human not to have those types of emotions. And everybody knows a classic revenge game when it's there sitting for it. Here is Jordan Poyer on the upcoming game.
I think just sharing the experience, like I said, playing against this team over the past few years, you kind of, you get a sense of, okay, if you get on top of this team, they might fold. And there's some teams that are, I'm just being honest.
That was him earlier in the summer talking about, and honestly, what's interesting about that, Solana? I think that if you ask Jordan Poyer what they were able to do last week, because he made that note pretty early on in camp about how the Dolphins have this reputation of being a team that pushed over.
Right.
I think he probably would be proud about how they were able to pull that one out, and maybe a change in mentality that they were able to have from this game. So, look, it's definitely part of the drama. I'm sure he's going to have that extra juice going into this game for sure. And I'm looking forward to it, man. This is going to be an exciting one. We'll take a break coming up on here on Game Day Uncensored. Porpoise props and a little look at the fantasy picture as well. Who's going off tonight in these matchups? Who is going to light it up on prime time on Thursday Night Football? We'll get to that coming up. Game Day Uncensored rolls on after this right here on 560 WQAM.
WQAM, broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall studio.
There's the cool rewind feature where you can listen to any part of any show you might have missed anytime. Get it now and make WQAM your favorite station.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. Game Day Uncensored. That was a terrible football voice, guy. Anyway, welcome back, everybody. We take you guys up until this 8:15 kickoff. Omar Kelly, he's going to join us at the top of next hour. We will talk to Omar and get ready for this big time. We have emphasized that. Have we emphasized, Salon? Do you think we've emphasized enough that this is a big game?
I think so, Tobin.
have we gotten the point?
I think so.
We really want this game.
Yeah.
I think almost pathetically for a week 2. And I was all in on week 2 statement game, but I really, really, really don't want to lose this game.
I said it earlier, Tobin, right at the beginning of the show. Just look at the schedule right now for the Dolphins. What's the one thing everybody holds against Miami? They can't beat a good team. And guess what? You don't face another elite caliber team, another playoff caliber team until you play the Bills again in week 8, first week of November.
You won't feel good about a road trip to Seattle?
Listen, man, I think the Dolphins, even if they went 6-0 or 5-0 in these next 5 games before you play Buffalo again, but they don't win tonight, especially if they don't look good, doesn't matter how good you look against any of those other teams, nobody's going to take you serious. I don't want to experience 6 weeks of, well, they lost to Buffalo at home week 2 on short rest, even though Buffalo had to try. Like, I don't want to do that, and I don't think the Dolphins want to have to answer that type of call either. Take care of business tonight, man. Do it on your home turf.
Well, let's get to our player to watch, which is brought to you by the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your local Lexus dealer. And Solana, we, of course, on fantasy ramifications, I'm sure everybody is looking at running back for the Miami Dolphins because no Raheem Mostert tonight. Everybody knows that. We'll find out in about 7 minutes if Devon Achane is definitely a go, but all signs are pointing to he will give it a go. A lot of optimism from the national reports today that he apparently looked good at practice yesterday. He's dealing with an ankle, happened late in the Jaguars game. He was tremendous in the pass game. The Dolphins did not run the football well outside of a key drive to seal their win, but early in that game, it was like running into a brick wall. They just couldn't get anything going, particularly up the middle, which is something you hope would change here. I don't know what's fair to expect from Jalen Wright in this game, and I don't know what's fair to put on a rookie in a position like this, but I do think that it's interesting how it worked out where Chris Brooks gets hurt in the preseason and Mike McDaniel ends up with his safety blanket. He ends up with Jeff Wilson, who just there's a comfort to him. Like, it's one of those things where he's known him for a long time. You talked about how it really shifted the dynamic 2 years ago when he came to the team. And I think there was probably some worry that he might be on the outs in camp. And you can't quit Jeff Wilson.
Well, you can't quit Jeff Wilson because of this game right here. Like, this is the exact situation why Mike McDaniel ended up keeping Jeff Wilson and not Chris Brooks. And look, you know I love Chris Brooks, Tobin. I thought he was going to make the team for sure based on we knew what Jeff Wilson can be. We weren't exactly sure what Chris Brooks' ceiling was. We all think he's going to be a quality running back in the league. But tonight, Tobin, you tell me, you're missing your touchdown leader, Raheem Mostert, your RB1. Your RB2, maybe the second or third most electrifying weapon Tua has at his disposal behind Tyreek and Jalen Waddle, and Devon Achane is a game-time decision and clearly banged up, so he might be limited tonight.
Right.
Who do you feel more comfortable going up against the Bills in a situation that they're faced with tonight? Chris Brooks or Jeff Wilson Jr.? And as much as I like Chris Brooks, the answer is obvious. It's a guy who's experienced, who's done it before, and has that rapport with this Mike McDaniel coaching staff.
Yeah, and I think everybody just really appreciates the, kind of the rough way that he runs. Not that he's not skilled and he can't catch the ball too. Like he has that in his bag, but there's just something about the way that he gets after it up the middle that you just trust him more, that he'll just go forward. There's no dancing with him. There's no cute sweeps. There's no boom, just get up there, get us 4 yards here, Jeff Wilson, and he's prone to do it. He's been very effective in that matter. Let's take a little look at our porpoise props here, Solana.
Yes, sir.
Tonight on Anytime Touchdown, you have Devon Achane, the favorite for scoring a touchdown anytime for the Dolphins at -135. Then you have the Cheetah at -130. And then right after that, not Jalen Waddle, Jeff Wilson +110 to get an anytime touchdown tonight for the Miami Dolphins. Jalen Waddle is +145. You get a little bit fatter with Jonnu Smith, who did not have a very impressive debut, +475. Braxton Barris is +525. Alec Ingold, who they've kind of, they unveiled their Alec Ingold 1 yard dive package this past game, which was exciting. The most exciting 3rd and 1s you've ever seen in your life. He's +750, as is Durham Smythe. And then Julian Hill, there's been some action on him this week. Last week I got him at +1750. Today he is +1000 on Hard Rock Live on the Hard Rock app.
That's kind of been our guy though, right? Because River Craycraft anytime touchdown.
Yeah,
we can't place it. He's on the IR, so that's kind of been the guy you and I have been pressing since preseason. Are you going in on Julian Hill anytime touchdown?
Already have a bet on it. Yeah, I bet him earlier in the week at +1100. I was kicking myself earlier because it went up to +1200, but now it's down to +1000. So I'll live with the difference. But yes, I am going to still ride Julian Hill, and I may be 12 weeks in, and I may be in the hole, but it's gonna feel so sweet if I ever do, get that $120 payoff for this. It's gonna be all worth it.
I'll ride with you, Tobin. So let me present you this. Obviously, on Hawk and Crowder, we tend to talk a little bit about betting. Our show dives into some gambling degeneracy from time to time. Hawk's bet all offseason was week 1 Tua over rushing yards, whatever it was going to be.
Okay,
and it ended up being 2.5 for week 1. All of us bet it. Tua had that nice rush in the second quarter. It was an easy hit. Today, it was at over 4.5. I got to check to see. It still is? Okay.
Still is. Look at that now.
Over 4.5. We talk so much about nimble Tua in the offseason. They coined him that, right? We didn't make that up. They used that word within the Dolphins facility. I'm not so much asking you, hey, do you like Tua over 4.5? Even though I put it in, if you want to tell me, be my guest, Tobin. But did you like, A, what you saw from Tua, I guess, on that one rush? And B, do you want to see him be more mobile if given the opportunity in a game like tonight?
I felt better because on the broadcast, they told me that he was back doing jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
We found out that he lost 14 pounds from the CBS broadcast and that he's back taking jiu-jitsu. So, one, I love that because I felt like once they learned that he wasn't taking jiu-jitsu, the season went to hell. And the MMA gods were not happy, as the proud former host of Fighters Fury Sundays 7 night at the Ticket. But I liked it, and then I'm also like, but what is, because last week Kyler Murray kind of diced him up on the ground, but he ain't Kyler Murray. That's not his game, and I feel like if you're the Bills, you're like, I'll take Tua rushing 10 yards twice over him getting the ball out in a second and a half and giving it to any of their track stars.
But
I feel like it's a winning proposition for the Bills. I don't know how much I care about Tua being able to move.
I'm not telling you that I want to see Tua tuck it and run like he's Lamar Jackson. All right. That's not his game. We know that. But man, Tobin, we talk so much in the offseason about how this will be part of his game now, getting out of the pocket, extending plays a little bit more. And I realize there's so many factors that lead to that. The offensive line has to come into play. And if Tua's going to get the ball out early to his weapons, I think we're all happy about that. But don't we want to see this element of his game a little bit? I'm not telling you he needs to be Josh Allen and bulldoze people, but if it comes to being an RPO play and Tua can keep it and get the first down on a 3rd and short when everybody's expecting the running back to get the ball, I think that is an important facet of the Dolphins offense that's missing because Tua hasn't been prone to take those chances.
Look, I like the idea of it, almost like a Mahomes where like you're never going to be extending plays and doing like crazy, although we did see that one pass that he had in the preseason. But like, yeah, I'll take an easy 4 yards every now and then because nobody's expecting it because they think he's cement feet. But am I crazy about him rolling out and improvising and all that? Like, I don't think that's what he is, and I'm fine with that. I know what his skill set. I know everybody else is excited about like unlocking this, and maybe I'll be the last one to the party. But I'm good with what he's good at, but look, 4.5 is not a lot to bet on. Well, I throw it into a parlay, perhaps.
Okay, all right, I'm with you.
I
also may have thrown a little something on Jalen Waddle over 99.5 receiving yards. I just feel like he's due. All the attention's on Tyreek. I just
3 to
feel
1
like
right now.
He's due. Yeah, man.
I like that. Yeah, he got caught from behind. That had to kill him because Tyreek just went willy-nilly down the sidelines. I feel like he does well against the Bills too. I feel like he does. He had that big drop in the playoffs.
Yeah, but remember the last time the Dolphins beat the Bills at home, remember the play right before halftime? It was just a Jalen Waddle go route right between the seams. Tua hit him, and that ended up being the difference in the game because Miami was able to score on the very next possession. It was a 3rd and long. Like, they had no business scoring right before halftime, and Waddle was able to come up with that big play. So you're right, man. Like, comes up big against the Bills. All the attention on Tyreek Hill all the time. Not that he didn't make an impact the other day on Sunday in week 1. I don't know, man. Something's just telling me big Jalen Waddle game tonight.
Well, if you go Jalen Waddle over 99 yards and Tua over rushing yards, you get plus 750.
Hey, decent
Just
flyer.
If it wets anybody's whistle there.
Sir.
We'll take a break. We should have actives, inactives, and we'll react to that coming on up. Game Day Uncensored. Back after this.
Text WQAM on the Kendall Toyota text line.
You downloaded the free Odyssey app and made WQAM your favorite station? Do it! Listen to us live or on demand and use the rewind feature to go back and listen to any part of any shows you might have missed.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM, getting you ready for Dolphins and Bills Thursday night football, and we'll likely get inactives here in just a matter of minutes as the 8:15 kickoff we have from Hard Rock Stadium. But Solana, you sent me some news during the break on the Dolphins running back situation.
Yeah, so all the beat reporters, whether it's Adam Beasley, David Fiones, everybody is noting that Devon Achane out on the field for pregame warmups. So,
cool.
Adam Beasley, who joined us earlier, Devon Achane went through normal warmups without a trainer around. Another good sign. The Dolphins, he wrote earlier, are not elevating Deneric Prince, one of their running backs on the practice squad. Had Devon Achane been confirmed out and without Raheem Mostert, they would have needed just an extra body back there just in case. Even with Jeff Wilson and Jalen Wright, you need a third running back. So all signs, Tobin, are pointing to Devon Achane being active. Now, it's an ankle injury, man. So he's been limited all week. He didn't practice Monday, Tuesday. He was limited yesterday. What's that going to look like? What's that mobility going to look like for him? Like, we don't know. I imagine testing it out now, he's getting the thumbs up from the training staff, and then once the game kicks off, like he'll have a pretty good idea of just how mobile he'll be. But I think it's a huge break the Dolphins are catching right now, because being without running back 1 and 2 for a game of this magnitude is like a really, really bad situation.
Yeah, it's a bad situation. And he's, we've talked about it. He's much more than just a running back. It's not a slight on Raheem Mostert. I mean, Mostert's fantastic, but Achane is like, just get the ball in the guy's hands and he's going to make stuff happen. He's so dynamic. But I will say, like, when all this stuff was kind of kicking, like the fan base was getting a little, I don't know what the right word is, a little anxious, a little perturbed, because obviously he had some durability issues last year. And so, like, right out of the gate, we're going to have another injury for Devon Achane. And, with Mostert, you are kind of wondering, like, hey, 32 years old, the expectation has got to be, hey, is he going to be able to do what he did last year? I don't know. But it's obviously not off to a great start. I mean, props to him for trying to play through something that happened early in the game. But Achane, looks very much like the future of that backfield. But, it's not going to be the case if he plays 8 games every single season. So I do appreciate him being able to battle through this to get out there, because he's hugely important. Everybody has to respect him when he's out there, because he's just that dangerous when the ball's in his hands.
Especially, like, it's not just his ability in the backfield, it's his ability catching passes. How many times did the Dolphins try to get him out in space in that first quarter last week, and part in the second quarter too? Half of that is that they couldn't move the ball on the ground, and they were just getting beat up front and couldn't run the ball right through the offensive line. But also part of it is, if you can get that guy out in space, he can break one tackle. We know just how good he can be to go and either find the end zone or just stretch the chains. Last year against the Bills, he had 101 yards in their first meeting. And then I think he had above 50, but just floating around that 50-yard mark in the second meeting here at Hard Rock Stadium. So that goes to show you, man, like he's important. But yeah, this is why you go draft a Jalen Wright, somebody else that the Dolphins are high on, that also has that game-changing ability if given the opportunity. I don't know what likely we're to see from Jalen today. Like, I can't expect it to be a big load in the backfield, but it would be cool to just see him get a couple touches today, man.
Well, here's the other thing that's going to be interesting about that is I don't know how much Mike McDaniel trusts him yet, but it is an ideal thing, I think, to have really a set of fresh legs in this quick turnaround, right? Like everybody, and I know it's not like, all right, we're not in week 8 or anything like that, but you do have one guy who's banged up, and I think of Jeff Wilson, who, I mean, hasn't been tuned up to be a starting running back and carried that kind of burden since Achan's really been on the team. I guess, he missed a handful of games last year, but I think that's going to be an interesting thing. And man, that Jalen Wright's confident. I mean, like he's got some Chalmers in him, dude. Like he is talking about y'all effed up by not drafting him. He thinks that he's right along with these guys as far as how fast he is. So he's definitely got a real dose of confidence that he's bringing to the field if he does get action tonight.
And Tobin, I know we talked about ways the Dolphins can win today, how they can expose the Buffalo Bills defense today. Part of it is, look, Tua Tagovailoa finding his guys, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. Okay, we know that. But I think they need to run the ball tonight, right? They have to have success on the ground over spurts of this game. What happened against Jacksonville, you can survive against Jacksonville, where you couldn't stop the run and you couldn't run the ball yourself. We saw you can overcome that against the Jacksonville Jaguars team. Can you overcome those same situations against Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills? Bro, probably not. So they have to have success tonight on the ground. Does that mean they have to rush for 300 yards, 200 yards? No. But they have to be able to move the chains, put together sustained drives, and part of that is the threat of the run. And if you don't have Raheem Mostert and Devon Achane off the bat looks limited, you're going to need Jeff Wilson and Jalen Wright at some point to at least force the Bills to respect that part of the Dolphins games. Because if not, we know what this turns into, and it's Tua looking for Tyreek and Waddle, and you don't want to fall into that same trap that we saw way too often last year, which is where the Dolphins offense becomes one-dimensional. That is never good for this team.
All right, I have the inactives here, Solana. Inactives, by the way, brought to you by JM Lexus. In South Florida, when you think football, you think Miami Dolphins and Miami Hurricanes. But when you think Lexus, think JM Lexus. Well, right now, we've got it all for fall. All right, here is your list here, Solana, just tweeted out by the Miami Dolphins. Your inactives, Ethan Bonner, once again inactive. Raheem Mostert, he is obviously inactive. We knew about that coming into this game. Channing Tindall, he is inactive. No Mo Kamara. Still have not seen his debut. And then the other two rookies, you have undrafted rookie center Andrew Meyer inactive. And we knew Malik Washington was also going to be out with his quad injury. So, yeah, the only one there really of note is one that's not there, and that's Devon Achane, which I think we're leaning towards that being the case. That's great news. And then Ethan Bonner, was kind of the darling of training camp, but we have not seen him so far infiltrated in the bob and weave defense, Solana. It has been Storm Duck who has gotten that last slot.
Yeah, I don't know if this is another case of does Anthony Weaver or even Mike McDaniel just not trust him for a game like this? Or is Storm Duck just outplaying him in practice? We know he was impressive. Like, we talk about the darling of training camp. If Ethan Bonner was 1A, Storm Duck was kind of 1B, no?
Yeah, I mean, Storm Duck was definitely, first of all, he had the coolest name on the team.
Oh,
so there's no doubt that's going to garner attention, but he also played well. And that was with Matry and Isaiah Johnson, that was a really stacked room and a stacked competition. So not only has he come in undrafted to dethrone two guys who are in his class, he's now seemingly dethroned last year's story. And the Dolphins, we talked about this in the preseason, but the Dolphins have been not afraid to go undrafted when it comes to the DBs, whether it be Nick Needham, whether it be Kader Kohu. So yeah, he's kind of the next in line. You got to give it up for that Dolphin scouting department, because they do seem to be able to find a lot of diamonds in the rough to be able to be out on that field We know how much, you gotta value guys in the secondary. I think today that's one of the Bills' concerns with not having Taron Johnson and, infiltrating some new guys there. So look, good for Storm Duck. He's a great story. He had a great preseason, and now they've trusted him to go out there for a couple of games now.
Yeah, and look, man, I told you earlier, I don't anticipate this to be a game where Josh Allen is throwing for 350 yards and beating you through the air. But you have to be prepared for anything, I think, when you're going up against this Bills team. So on the surface, Tobin, okay, Storm Duck is active. If we're talking about what are we going to expect from him, I don't expect him to be on the field too much. But truthfully, you just never know how the Bills are going to approach this type of game. We're all expecting them to stack the box, heavy formations down low, and just try to run it down your throat again. But would it surprise you if they're trying to throw the ball a little bit more than we expected? Probably not, right?
It would surprise me just because I don't think that's going to be their bread and butter. Like, they're trying to find, who these go-to guys are. And I think you can kind of tell that these are new pieces. They're trying to almost mold a new identity. But that was kind of the case with them last year, when they got away from slinging the ball all over the place and went back to giving it to James Cook a lot. And, they have two very capable tight ends who I don't think were as used in the passing, kind of similar to the Dolphins. I think everybody thought that, Knox and Kincaid, they're intangible twins. Yeah. We're going to be out there and producing a lot. That wasn't really the case last week. But that doesn't mean that they can't be, that doesn't mean that they can't. They're definitely formidable targets for Josh Allen, but they just don't have, to our knowledge, that guy. They don't have their Tyreek Hill anymore. They don't have their Jalen Waddle. So it's only natural to kind of think like, hey, they're going to try and just completely outmuscle you, this is what the Dolphins have been talking about. Like, take the Bills out of it. All we heard all summer was bully mentality. We're going to be the bullies. We're going to bring and dictate the physicality. We're going to have to, we're going to be the ones who aren't going to be pushed around anymore. And I think, you saw from the Dolphins last week, it took them a little bit. Because I don't think that they had that. They had to really get punched in the face, I think, by Jacksonville. But they found it. So you're just hoping that, I think, this gets off to a little bit better of a start. Because here's the one thing, Solana, I am curious about. If the Dolphins don't get off to a fast start in this game, and they do get down by 10, it's tough not to think that some mental stuff might creep in. I hope it doesn't. And, you got to play that whole game. But when all the storyline has been, they own you. The facts are they own you. Like Tua called it a narrative. It's not really a narrative. It's fact. They've owned you, dude. 1-5, 1-6 in his career. It's not a narrative. It's a fact. So if they go out there and they jump on you out of the gate in your building on a short week, dude, I gotta imagine their confidence is going to be flying high, and I gotta kind of wonder that the Dolphins are going to be looking side to side. So there is a mental aspect of this game that I am fascinated by with the Dolphins, because I think that while you want to bring that bully mentality, and that's great to say, if they do what they did last week and it takes them a while to get out of the blocks, I don't know if you're necessarily going to have the fortitude to come back like you did last week. I'm not sure if this game lines up for that.
No, I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. And when you think about, there's certain teams, right? Dolphins last year down 14-0 to Carolina. All right, no big deal. All right, the Dolphins can put up points in a hurry. We know that. But there's certain teams you don't want to find yourself in that situation in, because they can move the chains, Tobin. I read you earlier in the broadcast what that game looked like in the second half last year, week 18, essentially a game for the division. The second the Bills smelled blood, they got that big punt return, momentum shifted. They held the ball as much as possible. They had number of third down conversions where it was just Josh Allen moving the line and able to pick up those first downs. You don't want to be in a situation where you're down 2 scores and you need the ball back, but you can't get the ball back against this team, because that is their bread and butter, being able to chew clock and just bully you and bully you and bully you. So I'm with you, man. You don't want to be in a situation where you're down 2 scores early and all of a sudden the onus of your offense is on big play, big play, big play, they know that, and they're going to take that away from you.
Yeah, and I think we've been a little bit doom and gloom on what happens on, and I'm guilty of that. Is just that, like, all right, what happens if they're not able to do it? But if they are able to pull this off tonight, man, first of all, the fact that we get to go into the weekend and celebrate all Friday would be amazing. I mean, like, it'll be a Sans Pants Friday. I'm showing up to the studio. I'm taking calls, no pants on. There's nobody there anyway. It doesn't matter. So I'm showing up. We're taking calls. We're going to be laughing in their face. And then you really, you get to carry that. Like we talked about, hey, you'd either have to wear this, but you're going to be able to carry that confidence, for a while. It feels like, I'm not expecting the Dolphins to have an undefeated run for 2 months, but you get 10 days off, then you got to go take this weird ass trip to Seattle. And I just don't feel like you're going to be able to go into that game so much more free and loose than you are this one. It does feel like there's a bit of a guillotine of joy that's like hanging over the Dolphins right now.
And to be fair, I think we're both expecting that to happen tonight, by the way. I mean, look, we've talked about all the possibilities here. We've talked about how the Dolphins can win this game and how Buffalo can win this game. I think, Tobin, we're on the same page here. We're expecting the Dolphins to win this game tonight. There's a reason why they're favorites at home. I get Buffalo has owned them, but man, throw that all out the window. This is in your favor tonight. Go out there and handle business. I'm expecting them to get it done.
We'll take a break. Continue on here on Game Day Uncensored. Omar Kelly, Miami Herald, Miami Dolphins columnist. He stops by the show next.
Football coverage on 560 WQAM is presented by T-Mobile.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys.
Call 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Cadillac. When it comes to returning your lease, Ed Morse has your back. Ed Morse Sawgrass Cadillac is your lease return headquarters. Click edmoresawgrasscadillac.com. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Brendan Tobin here alongside Alejandro Solana. Thanks to Dan Day for producing us the entire way today. And we now go talk to Miami Dolphins columnist from the Miami Herald, our guy, Omar Kelly. Omar, how's it going, man? How are you?
I heard all your Ryan Fitzpatrick slander this morning on my drive today on my drive in.
Deserved, dude. I'm sick of his act, Omar. It's enough already, dude.
One, he did not lobby the team to hate Tua.
Okay.
They naturally hated Tua. So it's not fair, man. It's not fair. Not fair, the hatred that you slander Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's just minding his business, combing his beard, taking care of his 12 children. And here you are, a radio host in South Florida, just bombarding him with hate.
And it will continue because you continue to fall for his bearded tricks. By the way, speaking of guys who have tortured the Dolphins, have you seen Josh Allen? Is he like handing out juice boxes to his kids? What's he doing? Is he being nice to everybody?
Yeah, Josh, Daddy's come. He's taking his kids to McDonald's for a Happy Meal before the game. He's spending some quality time with the Dolphins. This is really a situation. For those who don't know, I call Josh Allen Dolphins Daddy because he's just been so dominant throughout his career. He's only suffered 2 losses to the Dolphins. One of them was a drop by Charles Clay in the end zone as a rookie that would have won the game for the Bills. And the second one is he just ran out of gas, and his team ran out of gas in the fourth quarter 2 years ago. And time expired on them while they were rallying from behind for a comeback victory. But they fell short. But other than that, Josh Allen's basically been the AFC Player of the Week every time he's faced the Dolphins.
All right, Omar, so what needs to change today? What do the Dolphins need to do in order for Daddy not to win today, in order for the student to beat the teacher?
You know what needs to change, and I think it has changed. The Buffalo's got to turn down the volume on their weaponry. And right now, you know who their number 1 receiver is? His name is Mac Hollins. You remember that guy?
Oh, the
we dumped about 3. Yeah, wow. You consider him a TikTok? I love Mac. He's a great guy. I always thought he was a good football player. One hell of a special teamer. He's a starter now for the Buffalo Bills. And then look at their secondary. We've got one of their reject safeties, but their secondary is really. I hate to say it this way, but it's really trashy. And nickel cornerback Teron Johnson isn't even going to be starting today. Rasul Douglas, Christian Benford, Taylor Rapp, DeMar Hamlin. I know he, nearly died, but we don't have to pretend like he's a good football player now. He's been alive for 2 years. Listen, they have a really stripped down team because what they went through this past offseason was the identical thing that the Miami Dolphins went through. Unfortunately, they don't have an owner like Steve Ross who's going to write those big, fat, ridiculous checks just to continue to push the credit card bill down. So they haven't really replenished their receiving core. They haven't replenished their secondary. They're out one of their top linebackers. If the Buffalo Bills were ever primed to take an L to the Miami Dolphins, today is the day. Tonight is the night.
We got no Mostert, but we just found out Devon Achane is active. How do you think this is the trickle down effect on their run game? What do you think is the big effect from all of this?
Considering I watched Devon warm up and I knew he was playing, but ask me how many steps I saw him take.
How many subs does team
Go
take?
ahead.
Well,
0.
how many? Oh,
So I don't know if he's going to be a limited player, a limited participant. I think he's going to continue to play. What people don't realize is Raheem plays one role, Devon plays another role. Together, they have a package together. I think that package is still going to exist. The question is, who's going to be in that package with Raheem, with Devon? Is it going to be Jalen Wright or is it going to be Jeff Wilson? I think that this could be a game where you see Jeff Wilson start, but I really do believe that this is going to be a showcase game for Jalen Wright. I watched him all the training camp, and you know how Dolphin fans have this obsession with their rookies, and they were like, oh, Jalen Wright, no, Devon Achane, oh, he had such a phenomenal rookie campaign. He had such a phenomenal training camp. He really didn't have a phenomenal training camp. You know who did have a phenomenal training camp? Jalen Wright had a phenomenal training camp, and he really showcased himself. He did well. He did well in the exhibition season. I think what slowed him down was he had a lower leg injury coming out of the Tampa Bay game, and he's basically been resting for 3 weeks. This is a short week. He should have fresh legs. I really like his inside style. I like his outside style. He plays with power. He's got speed. He's got respectable hands. So I'm predicting, and I've actually written it in the Miami Herald, that this could be the breakout game that Jalen Wright has that makes you say, oh, who the hell is that?
All right. I like that, Omar. On the other side of the football, though, you said you didn't see Achane take any steps out there, but I did see you tweet about Kader Kohou. Now, last year, in Buffalo, it didn't look good for Kader Kohou. I think part of that, though, was old Vic Fangio eating tapioca up there in the DC box, who was just too stubborn to go away from whatever bleep game plan he had put together. But with all that being said, Omar, are you expecting like some sort of revenge game from Kader Kohou, or just like a turnaround performance from him tonight?
Oh my God! I'm expecting and praying that he just doesn't get embarrassed by Josh Allen. Chris, keep in mind that their slot receiver, Curtis Samuels, he's if he plays the slot, it could be Khalid Shakir. Either way, they're upper echelon cornerbacks. I don't know if Kader Kohou's ever gotten out that fog that Josh Allen put him in last season. That game was was his worst game of his NFL career. I don't think he ever rebounded. This is the opportunity to get out of that fog, get out of that haze. Now, the question is, and especially with Jalen Ramsey not having anybody to shadow, because there's nobody really worthy of shadowing on the Bills' receiving core. So it looks like Kader's going to be in that nickel spot. That means he's also one of the closest to the line to the quarterback. So maybe he's going to have to help in run support when the quarterback starts scrambling. For those who don't know, Josh Allen is the size of a tight end, a very large tight end. So let's just hope that Kader doesn't get trucked. What I'm very curious about would be the game plan that they utilize for this matchup. Are they going to use a third safety and use him as a spy on Josh Allen? What is the approach that the Dolphins are going to take to contain Josh Allen scrambling and scrambling out the pocket? I honestly have no idea, just because they've had a very short week. They've only practiced once, and really it was a kind of a half a practice. But that's the nature of Thursday night games. You just basically throw it out there and put a product together for the fans to see, give them division opponents because they know each other, and you play football, at its purest, which is basically no planning and no practice.
We saw last week the offensive line, I guess kind of a mixed, weird game. They had their moments that were fine. Then, there were some rough ones where Tua got sacked. Buffalo's got some monsters up front. How worried are you about Rousseau? And Epinesa is the one who broke his ribs back in the day, and you got Von Miller still, whatever's left on the tires there. Like, how worried are you about this pass rush, Omar?
Absolutely worried, because if you remember the last time the Dolphins played Buffalo, the defensive line, they set the tone. They got pressure by rushing just 4. Obviously losing Connor Williams in that game didn't help, and Liam Eichenberg playing his first game at center ever without practicing there was significant time, but it wasn't good. And the Buffalo Bills were able to get I think Teron Armstead even went out of that game. He got injured. It wasn't good. It was ugly. And it was the defensive line that set the table for the entire Buffalo Bills team. Yes, Stephon Diggs was feasting on Cater, but Miami was still in that game until Tua just couldn't have any time to look downfield or couldn't buy any time. So this is going to be a big game for the offensive line. Fortunately, they've got a healthy Teron Armstead, a relatively rested Teron Armstead. So we can say that now for 2 straight games this season. Congratulations. And Aaron Brewer should be playing a little bit better. I didn't think he had a very good first game, but then he had a ton of rust to work off after having a laceration in his hand and undergoing a surgical procedure. Hopefully he can show you the run support, the run surge creating center that the Miami Dolphins claim they signed, and that run game wouldn't be as pathetic as it was in the season opener.
Hey, Omar, should we be concerned about Jonnu Smith and the rest of the tight end room, Julian Hill, Durham Smythe? Were you concerned? I mean, it didn't look good. It definitely didn't look as promised. No. But tonight, should we expect more or kind of the same of what we saw the other day?
I was shocked at how poorly Durham played. That's generally not who Durham is, and it's not who you should expect today. Jonnu, man, I'm a big proponent of Mike White messed up that whole Jonnu Smith package, because there is a Jonnu Smith package that they've been secretly working on and hiding from the world. I thought they were hiding it primarily for the Buffalo Bills game. But this is going to be, Mike White knows all the plays, knows all the package. So I don't know if it's going to be a major factor in this game, but the way that the Buffalo secondary, considering how weak their secondary is, I want their nickel package on the field at all times. So I'm giving them 3 receivers. I'm going with Robbie Chosen. You guys know I'm a loyal Robbie Chosen guy. I'm putting Robbie Chosen out there with Tyreek and Waddle, and I'm just burning everybody deep.
Do you think there's going to be any effect with all the things that Tyreek had to deal with this week, with all the headlines, the camera footage coming out, him having to make statements? Any worry that that's going to have a lingering effect, or do you believe he can compartmentalize?
He talked yesterday and talked about how, oh no, I'm not traumatized, but you could clearly see he was traumatized. The team. It's great that it's a short week because you can't really stew into it. It's great that it's a short week facing your biggest opponent, the one team you got to go through if you want to achieve everything you want to achieve, and do believe that it starts with the AFC East champion, AFC East division. Without that AFC East division, you don't get the home game. You don't potentially become the number 1 or number 2 seed. So you want to play around, or you want to achieve what you want to achieve, and you want to become a Super Bowl team, you have to win the AFC East. You don't do that against Buffalo, then you better hope that the Buffalo Bills suffer a ton of injuries and take a nosedive, because you'll be looking up at them for the rest of the season. So it's great that they have no room to not be focused. Like, can you imagine this team coming out Thursday night at home wearing your throwbacks against the Buffalo Bills, and then you respond, why did you play so poorly? Well, we didn't have our focus. I don't think that's even a consideration. It's a possibility. I think that it's a bigger possibility that maybe no practice or rust or lack of chemistry, or the not having Raheem Mostert, who I think is a massive loss, because I think Raheem's probably one of the top 5 players on this team, or at least a top 6 player, since he was one of the 6 Pro Bowlers. But I definitely believe that they have enough to win. The circumstances, it's a hot and humid day. It rained. You know what happens when it rains down here in South Florida. It's not hot, but it gets a little muggy. And I don't think Buffalo's going to be ready for that mugginess.
Omar, anything like a Thursday night football game at Hard Rock Stadium? I know you love that, man. The vibes must be great.
There's nothing. There's nothing. It's electric. The lights. I like everything when they put out the little fireworks from the corners of the end zone. Man, this place is rock. I've been working here. I grew up. People don't know this, but I worked. My first job when I was a 15-year-old was working at the stadium. I've done everything from sell yogurt to take tickets to park cars, and I tell you, there's nothing as electric as Hard Rock Stadium at night.
Did you know the mystery mustache peanut guy who used to be at the baseball games who threw the tennis balls?
No, don't know that guy. Mystery mustache peanut guy. No.
Yeah, I don't think he did Dolphins games. I only remember him doing Marlins, but he used to he threw the tennis ball at the slot. You'd have to put your cash in the tennis ball and throw it back to him. So he never had to like go and ask for the money down. Like it was just boom, direct service right there. He was revolutionary.
I mean, so people actually had to carry cash back in those days, huh?
Yeah, that was the thing. Those were the days, dude. Those were the
days, man. Different days.
Enjoy the games. Enjoy the game tonight.
You know what I always wondered? People don't eat peanuts until they're at a stadium.
Yep,
Why?
That's true. I don't know. I think it's because you can throw them on the floor, and I don't know. I think it's just it's a snack you feel like can carry you through the game. You know, because you got to work for them a little bit. It's like that, and then like the Roadhouse if you want to like go and have some peanuts.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, it's filthy. It's messy. I bet you the people who clean up the stadium, they look at all the peanut crumbs. They probably have trauma from any time they see a peanut.
That's probably true. I feel bad now. All right, Omar, take care. Don't say hi to Ryan Fitzpatrick for me.
I'm definitely looking for Ryan, man. He's not hard to find. He's probably wearing some Hawaiian shirt.
He loves attention. I'm sure he will be.
Let's see that beard.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, man.
All right. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored and be back with more after this.
WQAM broadcasting live from the Ed Moore Sawgrass Auto Mall Studios.
Odyssey app. Download it today and make us your favorite station. Same great shows, same great games. Plus, you can use the rewind feature and listen to anything you missed. Hurry!
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM. FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
And welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored here, 560 WQAM. Your Miami Dolphins getting set to take on the Buffalo Bills. Your Miami Dolphins are a classic 3-point favorite at home, as it's a soupy Hard Rock Stadium, but it does appear like the awful weather is fending off for right now, Solana, which I think is good news. I think everybody was worried about what the conditions were going to be. Was that going to mess things up at all? But that field is definitely used to draining pretty good, and you never know. I mean, a torrential downpour can come out of anywhere in South Florida, but it does appear like we'll be okay for right now.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to see a slop fest, to be honest. I mean, you have all these exciting weapons. Tobin, I had posted something on social media last week going into week one, which was, hey, for years ahead of a week one game, I had to get myself excited for Brian Hartline and Devontae Parker. You know what I mean? Like, that was just a reality for Dolphins fans. We all know about the 24-year winless playoff record, okay? We know that. But aside from that, you have to get yourself excited for teams that you kind of knew had to, like, overachieve in order to just, let alone get to the playoffs. Now, you don't have to do that anymore. I mean, you have legitimate weapons. You have a solid, above-average core, probably one of the best cores in the NFL. Tonight, specifically, I want to see them. I want to see Tyreek get into open space. I want to see Waddle catch a ball and run for 40 yards. Like, I want to see Devon Achane. I want a slop fest on Thursday Night Football. I just don't want to see it. And usually, bad playing conditions will lead you into a slop fest, which I believe will really play to the advantage of the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I think probably other than it just being miserably hot down here, it probably would. But you think about their physicality and all that type of stuff, that it would, because you're going to slow down the speedy guys on a great track. But hopefully things can fend off for a little bit, and this can just be played straight up. But yeah, man, like, look, if not now, when? Like, when are they going to get a win and get themselves really? I mean, they're not the team that had to travel down here. It's tough for everybody. They're coming down on a short week. They both had games where there was a bit of adversity. They had to come back against Arizona. By the way, weirdly had a kickoff return touchdown with the new dynamic kickoffs.
Yeah.
DJ Dallas, former Cane. The Canes were doing work in that game. But and here's the other thing, Solana. Man, if you get this game right off the bat, like, we already know the Patriots got a surprising win against old limpress Joe Burrow. And the Jets. Oof, the Jets. You see what this Aaron Rodgers, let me give you this guy. This guy's just saying things now. He's a complete quack.
Different team, different time, different era kind of thing. But a lot of people remember you for the relax thing in Green Bay, for overreaction. Is there any parallel to what went down in San Francisco Monday night and to what you have to look ahead forward?
I mean, I think we always got to stay relaxed. It's a long season. I think at times people think the season is like you're out in the prairie or the desert and you're wandering around trying to find water. But it's more like a nice, slow bolero, where we're just swaying with the music and reacting to whatever comes to us and through us, and just trying to not get too high with the highs or too low with the lows. The league is a lot different than when I said relax years ago. in that there's just so much more coverage that there's so much more opportunity for overreaction. So I get it. We want to win. Fans want to win. The organization wants to win. But the process has to be the same. If it's good enough in week 1, it's good enough in the playoffs. So we got to stick to the process and the preparation, the way that goes, and trust that it's good enough. Like a nice, smooth bolero.
Wow. What a guy.
What the hell is he talking about with a bolero?
It's some kind of Latin dance. I've never heard of it either. It's like a slow. I guess maybe it's like an ancient bachata. I don't know.
I mean, I know the bachata. I've never heard of the bolero. I don't know, man.
I don't know, dude. But the point is, he's a kook, and he's a kook who may be washed. But the thing is, you win tonight. Here's another thing: you win tonight. We go into the weekend. We're gonna have a Friday party, right? A victory Friday, and then we get to kick our feet up and then be big Titans fans to see if the Jets can fall to 0-2, which, my God, the cherry bomb that would hit all of the worldwide leader with panic and this just disdain for the New York Jets would be fantastic. And it's that's the stakes of tonight. You basically put yourself in the driver's seat for the East. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing the Dolphins can do. It's right there for them. Take it for God's sakes. It's all there for you guys. You got the better weapons. You guys got the home field advantage. You guys didn't have to travel. You got a guy who the damn coach is telling you basically has a master's degree in their defense. Who do they got? Mike White?
I loved what Tua said about Mike White. Like, is he concerned about? And he's like, with all due respect, no.
Do you have that, Dan? Do you have Tua talking about Mike White? Because it was such a backhanded compliment of like, oh yeah, no disrespect. Here was Tua early in the week.
You things up knowing that Mike White is on the other side now?
No.
Explain it to me. Why don't you have to?
Why would we have to?
In terms of the signals and the words.
But we don't really signal.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, the words, like he's not in our huddle with us listening, and with all due respect, like they can understand all the concepts we're running, but are we running that concept on that play where with what they're trying to do? Like, that's just the whole game, and yeah, we both got to go out and play, whether we know their signals, whether we know what they got going on, and vice versa. At the end of the day, we both got to go out there and we got to go play.
Yeah, he basically said, kick rocks, Flanagan's boy.
With all due respect, Skylar Thompson beat him out for the backup quarterback job. I think we're doing okay with Mike White up in Buffalo as the third stringer.
With all due respect, if that's the guy who's the Rosetta Stone to our offense, you're not exactly going to be speaking our language. Good luck. So wait, Day, bolero is a ballad, so like that's like a tune.
Yeah, it's a Spanish ballad. That's our Hispanic ballad. I sit around and listen to them sometimes. Yeah, the boleros.
How about that? Still don't know if I want my quarterback saying that.
What wasn't he in Egypt? Like what? He was in Egypt this offseason. What the hell does he know about Spanish ballads?
He's at this point just saying things. Like he's like, what can I say? Just say things.
He saw a Twitter thread on it, and now he thinks he's an expert on Spanish ballads. But to get back to your point, first of all, if you're the Titans, I don't know if you saw his passing chart. Just go ahead and cover the right side of the field because he's only throwing to his left. So if you're the Titans, just cover the right side of the field or his left side of the field. You're good. He's not completing a pass. And second of all, the Patriots, okay, Gerard Mayo, Jacoby Brissett, Ramondre Stevenson, nice win against Joe Burrow week 1. It's not week 10. It's not week 12. Okay, I'm not buying into the Patriots. So right now, the Jets are the team I thought they were, which was clearly not in the class of the elite teams yet. Even with a healthy Aaron Rodgers, which he didn't look totally healthy to me. Tobin, I mean, maybe the Achilles is healed, but doesn't look like the same mobile quarterback as we once saw in Green Bay. And I'm right. I'm not buying into the Patriots because of one win. Not that most people are, but I'm good. I'm good on that.
I'd be more concerned about Joe Burrow's wrist because he's like he can't even pick up his drinks anymore.
Right. That was weird. He couldn't pick up the water bottle.
He didn't find it funny when he was asked about it this week too. He was like, well, "I got my water." I don't know. And they didn't. Jamar Chase is playing disgruntled, and T. Higgins is hurt. I don't know, man. I know they always kind of start off lousy. That's been a big thing too. Like the Bengals always start off slow. We'll see. I'm just saying they couldn't have eased many concerns with what went on there. It was
it is crazy. It is crazy though, because you say, hey, you could put yourself in the driver's seat for the East again this year with tonight's win. And I know it's week 2, and I know that seems like perhaps we're overstating what this game means. But Tobin, you're not wrong, man. Like the Bills with a new look defense, they're missing weapons. They're going to stumble. We know because they did it last year. They're going to stumble at some point early on in this season. And last year, the Dolphins were in the driver's seat. And like we said earlier, they messed up. There's no doubt about it. Put yourself in that situation again. Prove that given the opportunity, you'll make the most of a second chance. And it's as crazy as it sounds, you win tonight. You are in the driver's seat at 2-0.
Those are the stakes. We will take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. We are streaming live on YouTube and Twitch, Miami 560 WQAM, and on the Odyssey app, AUDACY, free in your app store. We'll take a break. Back after this.
You're invited to a night of whiskey, stars, and
more can be heard on the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss out. Download it today and make WQAM your favorite station.
Now, let's get back to Game Day Uncensored on AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet. Edmore Sawgrass Chevrolet is your lease return headquarters. Click EdmoreSawgrassChevrolet.com and see how you're backed by Morse when it comes to returning your lease. Ed Morse is a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Game Day Uncensored, 560 WQAM. We are winding down to a Week 2 Thursday night football kickoff from Hard Rock Stadium. Your Miami Dolphins taking on the Buffalo Bills. I am delighted to see what you sent me during the break, Solana, and that is a very, very clearly inebriated Matthew Tkachuk drinking out of a mini Stanley Cup.
These guys are they're still celebrating. Tobin, the crazy part is, the Panthers play a preseason game in like 2 weeks.
Oh, I know. Media days next week.
Yeah, it's crazy. But these guys are still all hammered all over the place, which, by the way, I'm not complaining. I want to see Matthew Tkachuk in a box tonight celebrating a Dolphins victory, absolutely hammered.
I would say, I would guess there's going to be a lot of Miami royalty there today. I would say Tkachuk. I wouldn't be surprised if Spo's in the building. Usually Spo likes to catch a couple Dolphins games before camp starts on up. So I wouldn't be surprised you see Spo, because Spo's got that, and they got media day. They got to go to the Bahamas, so he won't catch Monday Night Football. So I'd venture to say this is like the lone game Coach Spo could probably catch before the Dolphins get back here in October. So
yeah,
I would imagine it's going to be quite the scene tonight in South Florida. Of course, we have Fergalicious, owner of the Dolphins, and Mark Anthony.
Yeah,
and the Williams sisters.
That's right. That's right.
You know what was great? When I had season tickets, I was a rabid Marlins fan as a kid. They've broken me. But I used to sit right in front of the Marlins box.
Oh.
And so it would be such a delight because one time, every once in a while you'd have like a Marlin there, like right there in the front seat. And I don't really think that many people noticed them and knew who they were, but I'd be like, oh, Brad Penny. And this is like 2001 Brad Penny.
It's crazy. I was literally in my head thinking that you're going to say Brad Penny. And
yeah.
That was the craziest thing ever. Brad Penny to me strikes me as a guy that would just go watch football. Like he's there for like the X's and O's,
I don't know. I mean, he was such a young pitcher at that time, but I remember I got Brad Penny's. I got this is the most random one that I had sitting at a Dolphins game. It was perfect too because my grandfather and I had the last rows right in front of us, so I could just go up whenever. But I had John Bowles sign my hat, former Marlins manager. I think John Bowles was the Marlins manager before Jeff Torborg, who of course was before Jack McKeon. But John Bowles, I was like, "Hey, Skip, will you sign my hat?" He did it. Nice guy.
Man, this is like vintage stuff, bro. What was it, like 2000? Right?
2000-ish, yeah. 2000, yeah, like the Zach Thomas, JT years, yeah. It was, run Ricky run. It's all that. By the way, Ricky Williams, he agrees. Statement game.
Yeah,
which I
heard.
I gotta be honest with you.
I
didn't think he was gonna say statement game. I was really like Ricky. Ricky feels like he's too big picture,
right?
But that man loves football. Make no mistake. Yes, he loves his weed, but he loves football.
He does.
And it was kind of Goosey's because I was asking. I was like, hey, do you ever picture yourself like coming and being around the team anymore? Because what, bygones are bygones. I don't think there's any ill will. I feel like him and Mike McDaniel would just vibe, dude. I feel like that would be a pairing. But Ricky he's like, I can't get too near football. I feel like I'd want to return to the game and coach. And I'd be like, I thought in my head, I don't know if that's gonna work, but hey, to each his own, because he was telling me about some youth team that like won the championship that he did just a sprinkling of. But I need like Ricky Williams and Mike McDaniel an interview, a powwow, something together to bring them together. It just needs to happen.
The problem is that if we ever see Mike McDaniel vaping on the sidelines again, everybody's just going to assume it's one of Ricky Williams' vapes. And then,
Yes.
it's going to get a little more controversial. That's cool, though. I didn't know Ricky would be interested in coaching.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really interested in coaching. But I also was like, I'm like, do you think it's the same again? I'm thinking he's like, so stupid. No, he's like, we I remember when we first beat the Jets, he's like, that was a big deal. And so now is the Dolphins' time to get this win and flip this on its head. It really feels, it really does feel that way. Like they're going to have this. If they get this, yeah, it doesn't mean you're going to the Super Bowl. It doesn't mean that you're even going to the damn playoffs. Probably going to the playoffs though. But if you win this game, it just feels like, all right, you really are. All that talk about we're going to change the narrative. No, now you're actually doing it. And you're not just talking about it.
Tobin, it's been a full offseason of it. We've discussed it. Like, it's been a full offseason of this one thing that the Dolphins can't shake, which is their record against good teams. And, man, every opportunity they get to go up against a good team, we're going to have the same conversation. But there's something different about this one because it's Buffalo.
Yeah,
like it's the one team.
It needs to be a year of ending curses. You need to end this Buffalo streak, and you need to end the playoff loss streak. It has to happen. You everybody got their money. You're all you Miami Dolphins. I'm talking to the stars. Tua, Tyreek. I know you're busy right now, but just theoretically, this message goes back to you. Jalen Waddle, Mike McDaniel. You're all well-deserved, well-paid. You're swimming around your pools like Scrooge McDuck. Okay, good. Now pay us off with some damn playoff wins. Let's go. I want some big wins. I want some big goosies. I want to feel alive tonight. I want to laugh at Buffalo and their stupid fans who came down here to Elbow Room, and that's what needs to happen. And also, I would like Matthew Tkachuk on the field tonight.
I want Matthew Tkachuk at Elbow Room tonight in his Dolphins jersey, celebrating with Dolphins fans.
Yes.
Okay, like that. I do not want to watch videos tonight of Bills Mafia returning to Elbow Room till 3 a.m. making a mockery of this town again. I won't stand for it, Tobin.
Do you feel like he's sitting with like the Ross family tonight? Do you think the Panthers have a box with the Stanley Cup there? Like, what do you or is just Tkachuk loaning this with some broskies?
Nah, he's probably just there, just hanging out. No, like he's probably got a box. He's got his box, but
he needs.
I would imagine
he looks like he's going to be napping by the second quarter.
The thing is, if he's in the Panthers box, like, doesn't he have to almost maintain some sort of decency because he's in the Panthers box? If he's got his own box, then he could be zooted, could do whatever the hell he wants. Nobody can tell him anything.
I don't think he does have to be, Abe. Like, didn't Luongo just show up to like a beer league? Like, they're just doing whatever they want. I honestly, like, the Panthers could go winless the first month. I'll be all right. They'll figure it out.
I mean, Luongo let in 2 goals from a bunch of guys like you and me. I mean,
he probably was inebriated. He's like, did we do a keg stand before this? I didn't know that he let in 2 goals. He didn't shut them out.
No, they won 4-2.
Yeah, win's a win. Could have been a rebound. We weren't there. I surmised that my guy David Dwork was on the other side between the pipes, and he didn't know what he was going up against. It's tough.
Yeah.
I don't know who was in that Coral Springs beer league.
It's cool though that like the Dolphins tonight are getting Matthew Tkachuk to go out there. Like that you sense the magnitude of this game, man. Like if you needed any reason to understand what's at stake here in a week 2 matchup, you sense it, right? Because of who's there. The scene, which is a Thursday night football game, it's been pouring all day in South Florida, but that's not stopping the leader of your Stanley Cup champion, Florida Panthers, from going and getting a little hammered before the game.
And the most important thing is, don't lose sight of this, Tua. You go out there on prime time, and Adam Beasley was right. I need a prime time showcase from Tua, right? Enough of this lefty Kirk Cousins nonsense where you're only good in the 1 o'clock slot. I need you on prime time, ski baby, to go out there. You sling that pigskin. You put up some big numbers. Tua, you saved football this past week, dude. You really did. None of these quarterbacks are any good. None of them. They're all out there. They're throwing for 240. 160. It's just some awful football. You're the only one who's putting up yards, and that was not even with a good half of football. That was one half. Imagine 2 good halves of Tua if he really wanted to dial it up and embarrass folks. Everybody used to say this guy, game manager, check down Charlie. Erase all that, dude. Tonight on prime time, you eradicate your rival, but you do it in style. You go out there. We get cocky Tua. Imagine, this is what I picture, Solana. All right, this is what I picture. We get this big victory tonight. All right, I'm thinking to myself, 28-10.
Oh, okay. All right, sign me up.
And then right as the game ends, it starts pouring. Really sad. And I see Ryan Fitzpatrick from the Amazon Prime set with his beard soaked and sad because he looks in his eyes, not only because his beloved Buffalo Bills lost, but the man who took his job and got him fired, he now has to sit at a desk with Tua coming up to the Amazon Prime desk, and he has to act like he liked that, even though he's seething inside. That's my dream scenario.
I won't lie. I will revel in that, but I'm not gonna lie. It is weird that you hate Ryan Fitzpatrick more than you hate Josh Allen. Like it's a weird situation where like you're more looking forward to a sad Ryan Fitzpatrick with a wet beard on Amazon Prime after the game than you are watching Josh Allen realize that the AFC East no longer belongs to the Buffalo Bills.
Yes, that's right. I care more about my petty. Like that means more to me. Like the idea that my petty quibbles can be settled, that means more to me than Josh. Look, Josh Allen, I don't care if the Dolphins win today. Josh Allen can go through it for 500 yards. I don't care as long as the Dolphins win. It doesn't matter to me. He could go break the single game record as long as the Dolphins win. I don't care. But Ryan Fitzpatrick being sad, that matters to me. That's what's real to me, damn it. We'll take a break here on Game Day Uncensored. We will give you some final thoughts on the game as we wind down to kick off Week 2 Thursday Night Football against the Buffalo Bills. Back with more on Game Day Uncensored after this.
I'm Joe Zagacki, and I'll be with Don Bailey Jr. and Josh Darrow this Saturday as the 10th-ranked Miami Hurricanes take on the Ball State Cardinals at Hard Rock Stadium. Kickoff is set for 3:30 p.m. Join us with our coverage starting at 11 a.m. It's the Canes and Ball State, Saturday from Hard Rock Stadium, on the home of every Miami Hurricanes football game. AM 560 Sports WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
There are so many great reasons to buy your next new truck or SUV at Buick GMC of North Miami. Like the huge inventory of hundreds of new Buick and GMC models in stock now, and the simple online process where you can calculate your payments, value your trade, get approved for financing, and schedule your pickup. It's just that easy. And of course, you'll find low prices and great financing options. Stop in and take a test drive or shop BuickGMCofNorthMiami.com and discover your own reasons.
All financing on approved credit.
Hi, Joe Zagacki here for Williamson Cadillac. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from Williamson Cadillac. New models are arriving daily at Williamson. This means Williamson Cadillac is sure to have the new vehicle you're looking for. The CT4, CT5, XT5, XT6, and the new all-electric Lyriq. Get the most out of the South Florida lifestyle in a new Cadillac from your luxury dealership located on US 1 just south of the Palmetto. Williamson Cadillac. Williamson is Miami.
Attention, South Florida. If you've been using bleach and vinegar to clear clogged air conditioning drain lines, stop and pay close attention to this important consumer update from iFlow.com. Bleach and vinegar are corrosive chemicals that can damage your AC units, taking years off its life and cost you thousands of dollars in repairs. Instead, get iFlow. Yes, the innovators at iFLO.com have invented the world's first automatic AC drain cleaning system. iFlow dispenses a safe and effective solution right into the drain line and pan every 2 weeks over a 3-month period that unclogs it and keeps the AC going and the cool air flowing. Right now, the patented iFlow system is available at a special introductory price of just $99. Only $99. And remember,
keep that AC going and the cool air flowing. iFlow. That's IFLO.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
I always love talking to one of my favorite guys, Michael Kotze from Choice Mortgage, to find out what's going on in the real estate market. Let's start with a reverse mortgage.
If you're 62 and over and have equity in your property, call me right now to consolidate that high interest rate credit card debt, homeowner association fees, assessments, and these high insurance premiums that continue to go up. 561-441-2730, and feel free to text me.
Michael, is this true? Fixed rates now in the fives?
Joe, can you believe it? The rates are starting to tick down, and we have fixed rates with no prepayment penalty in the fives.
Hear this all the time. Credit card debt, people running it up and have gotten in over their head. Talk about that.
Joe, you tell me, would you like to pay 30% interest on your credit card debt? Right now, we can bundle that debt, put it to your home, and lock you in at a low fixed rate.
Folks, that's Michael Kotze at Choice Mortgage. He really doesn't have a life. He's always working. 7 days a week. Call or text him. That cell phone number again, 561-441-2730. MLS 166254. Rates and terms subject to change. Daily without notice. He's an equal housing lender.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HUNK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text HUNK to 42424. That's HUNK to 42424.
Hi. Sorry, did I startle you? When you're used to hearing a certain type of commercial, something like this can, well, take you by surprise. That's kind of how it is with the Lexus RX, a vehicle that has continued to defy expectations for over 25 years. From the first luxury vehicle of its kind, to the first hybrid luxury vehicle, to the only plug-in hybrid worthy of the RX name. We understand you want more than the everyday SUV. And isn't being understood an amazing feeling? Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
This is Game Day Uncensored on WQAM Miami, WPOW HD2 Miami, WKIS HD2 Boca Raton, an Odyssey sports station.
Powered by Anajar and Levine Accident.
1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
It's another Game Day Uncensored.
Gonna be a tough week, too, for the Finns. They host the Bills tonight, a team that's had their number for quite a while.
To have someone's number on either side, you're kind of dismissing all the things that have changed that makes this new team what it is. You know, I think these are two new teams playing against each other.
The Dolphins' offense has improved. The defense is strong. But is that enough for the Dolphins, winless against the Bills last year, to get a W? Tua and the rest of the team want to show they can win the big one. Will they? We're going to find out shortly.
That's going to be what's written out there until we do something about that. That's going to be the narrative, that we can't beat the Bills until we do beat them and we beat them consistently, like none of that's going to change. And we have an opportunity to do that this year.
Now we get ready for it. Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Tobin and Solana with Omar and Beasley. On AM 560 Sports, WQAM, FM 99.9 HD2, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Brought to you by South Florida Lexus dealers and the Lexus RX, the luxury SUV for those who never want to lose their edge. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer. Also sponsored by the free Odyssey app. Download it today to listen to us live or on demand. And by Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC. No matter where you lease your vehicle, bring it to Edmore Sawgrass Buick GMC, your lease return headquarters. It's all a part of being backed by Morse. Click EdmoreSawgrassBuickGMC.com, a proud partner of the Miami Dolphins.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Game Day Uncensored, final segment as we lead in to Dolphins and Bills. I did get a word, a little birdie on Twitter told me, Solana, I have the Thursday Night Football official picks from the staff. And wouldn't you know it, dude? Wouldn't you know it? I'm getting many notifications on my Twitter account right now as we speak. But here you go. Tony Gonzalez picks the Dolphins. Andrew Whitworth picks the Dolphins. Richard Sherman picks the Dolphins. Carissa Thompson picks the Dolphins. Old show pony himself, Ryan Fitzpatrick. Bills in a shootout.
Man, that's upsetting. Damn. I got again.
I got.
I
told you, dude. You shouldn't have let a fox in the hen house this week. You shouldn't have done it.
I mean, all the stuff he talked about Tua, though. He played one of the comments. I asked him, does Tua have the it factor? And he's like, yeah, I could always tell he had the it factor and his maturity, and I'm so impressed with the way he's matured and he's leading the offense. And he picks Buffalo for what? For what reason?
Do you remember when the great Pat Riley spoke of smiling faces with hidden agendas?
Yeah.
That's what he is. He is a football mascot, and he's going to tell you what he wants to hear, and that's what he's there for. But if you really look beneath the surface, snake, dude. That's what it is.
What a bum. What a bum.
Can I tell you how inordinately excited I was for Alec Ingold to get the football last week? I was like, because you know what's funny is he said that. He's like, I think Omar was asking me, he goes, hey, so this 3rd and 1 short problems. How come you don't get the football? And he goes, that's on me. He goes, I gotta show them that I need the football. And sure as bleep, there you go. 2 huge conversions by Alec Ingold, a la Lusaka Polite. I loved it.
Lusaka 2.0. Give him the damn pigskin, man. Just give it to him. Let him go get the first down.
It was like, whoa, look at this. Because, I mean, that run game was really bad to start that game. But, man, it came through in such a big way. And it really made Larry Zonka proud because Zonk was on Twitter at the time.
Was he tweeting?
Yeah, he was tweeting. I got him on noties. And he was just, so excited. He goes, ball control drive here. And that's Zonk. He knows pigskin. So wouldn't you know it? There it was. Right when they needed it to kill that clock and get the perfect final score. Zonk called it. Now, tonight, go out there. You dictate this game on any terms, boys. That's what I need to see.
Yeah.
Let's turn Hard Rock Stadium into a party tonight. That's what needs to be. I want those what are those pointy things that come out of the I want them blaring. I want the guitar turned to aqua and orange today on the ride home on the turnpike.
Yes, sir.
All this stuff needs to be going down. We're going to have a festive Friday here tomorrow. No nonsense. That's what I need. I need this. I need it like I need air to breathe.
Hey, Tobin, look, man. Cameron Wolfe from NFL Network, he tweeted something out that just pisses me off. And it's not anything he is opining on. It's just a fact. Josh Allen is 6-1 versus the Dolphins when Tua Tagovailoa is playing. Mm-hmm. Josh Allen is 6-0 on Thursday nights, and the Bills are 11-1 in their last 12 versus the Miami Dolphins. Enough, dude. Enough.
It's time to end it. It's time to get past this, because if it doesn't, It's not like the season's going to feel meaningless, but it's going to be a malaise. It's going to be a malaise. It's going to be nothing but go out there we'll be happy if they go put up a lot of points against Seattle, or, they exercise the demons against Tennessee, and they run roughshod on the Patriots. All that's great. But if you really want to give some juice and put people on notice, all right, all last year, all we heard was, smells a little bit fraudulent, these Dolphins. A lot of style, no substance. And unfortunately, those came to be true. Now is the time you show that you are substance and style, a real 5-star restaurant.
If you don't win this game, everything you told us in the offseason is meaningless.
Yes.
It is. Not that we're all going to be upset with the contracts that were handed out, with Tua getting the long-term deal, with Tyreek getting the most money guaranteed ever for an NFL wide receiver. We'll buy into that. All that stuff was important, and they got it done. But all the chit-chat about changing the narrative, all the chit-chat about them no longer being a soft team, all the comments about them having outsiders buy into them as a legitimate contender will be meaningless if you don't win tonight.
You ever bully anybody, Solana? You ever put somebody in a head in a toilet? You ever give them a swirly?
You
ever shove anybody in a locker?
I was usually on the other end of that stuff, Tobin, but I'm willing to do it now. I'll put Dan Day, probably not, but I don't know. Find me somebody to put in the damn locker. Find me somebody. Tell me who.
They need to take their entire team. They need Calais Campbell to give Josh Allen a wedgie, a noogie, and a swirly. And they need to take his stuff. That's what needs to happen.
Yes.
Calais Campbell, I'm so happy he's a Dolphin. I got so happy after he got that sack.
Bro, that first drive.
Yeah.
Calais, first defensive stand. Whoa, is this guy 28 years old again?
It's crazy.
Looks like prime Calais.
He's a monster. I mean, that's the thing. They don't have Christian Wilkins, who was an antagonist, but also maybe you let sleeping dogs lie a little bit, You don't grab the junk of Josh Allen. You just tackle him legally. It's enough of the shenanigans, and possibly Zach Sealer will follow suit and play football like a choir boy, and so he won't be brought into the shenanigans like Christian Wilkins was out there taking towels, snatching body parts.
Hey, Tobin, Calais Campbell over a half a sack plus 250. Jalen Phillips over a half a sack plus 275.
Wow.
Just
what
saying.
If I can tandem them? Can I do them together?
Yeah, you can.
Well, I might parlay them together.
Yeah,
that might be what I have to do.
Oh,
I think I have enough betting on today, though. I don't know. Somehow I have every Dolphins tight end for every time touchdown, and none of them are going to score. I tell you one thing. This is the last week I believe in Dolphins tight ends. This is the last week. But one of you tight ends better score.
Nah, man, we're all in on Julian Hill every Sunday or every game. Like that's our stuff. That's our thing, man. We're all in.
Enjoy this game, Dolphins. Dan Day comes your way 11 o'clock with Game Day Uncensored post game. Let's get this done. Thursday Night Football coming up. Dolphins, Bills.
Let's go.
We'll talk to you guys next time.
That's a wrap on the Week 2 edition of Game Day Uncensored, the pregame show for real Miami football fans. Thursday Night Football.